X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Let me show you how.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to my stream. It is so good to see all of you today. Hello. I see Sergeant Flux, Wingo, Danshare, Coindog, Apillo, good to see you. Minimum Volts, I see you as well. I see you, Holly, what's up? Roundabout, Lord Dracula, Our Family, Exolar, Cryptid T, Daughter of Water, Porcupine, Skeptical Squid, Jelly Bee. Did I say your name yet, Cryptid T? Mega Mania, Little Morphine Annie, Pufflecakes, Night Moth, Nina, Minimum Volts, good to see ya. So good to see all you guys. Zan is goated at CS2, by the way. It is deep lore. It is not. I'm not goated at CS2, guys. Holly's just very nice. I bottom frag literally every single game. Holly, no, my stats are public. They can literally look it up and see how many, how low my KD is. I bottom frag? You literally had more kills than me one match. But it's so good to see all of you guys. I haven't played CS ever. You should get into it, Apillo. You should join us. It's the grown-ups FPS game. I have it, but I've never played it. It's free to play now, but if you bought it before, then you have a Prime account, which is ideal. You can still pay $15 to get a Prime account, but it means you're pretty much very unlikely to run into cheaters in any of the competitive modes. Yeah, Pillow, you'll have a lot of bad habits you'll have to break with CS, but that's part of the fun of it. And it's very fun. It's interesting. It's interesting. Maybe I'll add you to one of my calls. Like, we could probably... if you're free tonight, I could probably get you into the game. It's a fun game. It's a fun game. In fact, there was a really funny... This will be our pre-topic warm-up, okay? There was a funny animation video that kind of explains the gist of it. I like this video a lot. Yeah, this is our stream warm-up.
Welcome to Counter-Strike Global Offensive, or CSGO. The most played game on Steam, came out in 2013, was $15, but is now free to play. This animated, rapidly explained guide will show you what CSGO is and how to play. Step 1, learn Russian. Step 2, take everything you know about every other shooter and just dump it. CSGO is based off of a lot of fucky, archaic, and unintuitive shit that made sense back in early 2000s. Like looking down the iron sights wasn't even a thing. The most popular PC games at the time were Quake, Unreal Tournament, OG Halo. These guns were laser beams. Constantly, no matter the running speed or the weapon, motherfuckers are running around and jumping at inhuman speeds, firing their guns with 100% accuracy, absolutely no recoil. You can get shot like 10 times, and it was okay. Injuries don't matter, health kits are on the ground, high-powered weapons on the ground, not a care in the world if a civilian picks it up. People were sick of fantasy shooters, and wanted something a little more realistic. If you may, please run in a sideways direction, spraying this
XX Pussy Destroyer 6969XX with the COD mask. Average COD player. And like the weed skin on the gun. Marijuana leaves.
automatic rifle at a target 100 meters away. Look at that shit. You didn't even hit the target. The range master comes in, slaps the shit out of you. Your drill instructor joins in, beats the shit out of you. Your teammates watch in horror and then beat the shit out of you. Now look at this guy, standing perfectly still, taking time in between shots. He's hitting the target. He's a gentleman. His username is Pussy Consumer. He has outgrown his Pussy Destroyer title, having already mastered it, and he is strictly here for her pleasure. Now calm down, stand still.
Apillo, we're gonna turn you from a Pussy Destroyer into a Pussy Consumer. By that I mean we're gonna turn you from like a Battlefield player into a based CS player.
Aim, fire one bullet. See? Perfect. Pretend the game assumes you're looking down the irons. Now please, auto-fire the target. Just completely empty the mag.
I love the gun. AK.
Press G.
I want to shoot an AK. Guys, how... I want to shoot an AK so fucking bad in real life. And my best understanding is I'd have to go to like a range in, I don't know, like Vegas or something. And there you'd be able to shoot some proper machine guns and full auto some stuff. I've seen videos of that, and it's all at like ranges in Vegas. But God, I want to shoot a real life AK so bad.
It left the same pattern. Each gun, if you will, contains a spray pattern. This was the best way that they can simulate muzzle climb and recoil in the year 2000. When spraying, attempt to mimic the exact reverse. Stupid, huh?
Okay, what the hell? You're teaching me how to shoot? I know how to shoot. You should be teaching me how to play. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Most of the time you're planting- Ow! Most of the time you're planting a bomb.
So give me the bomb!
The rest of it's like Valorant, but the actual movement and mechanics of this game are very in-depth. But that's pretty much the gist of it. I thought you guys would find that interesting. Yeah, Holly, that's true. We did run into a person in the game last night called Orgasm Donor. Xanderhall, go during the Fallout gathering if you're still going. Yeah, oh, that would be so perfect. I can't do it this year because, like, holy shit, I've got to move in a couple months, and I'm, like, busy, and I cannot afford to do a trip to Vegas right now. So I'll have to wait till next year's. God, I really was excited to do one this year. But I would love to shoot an AK in Vegas after the Fallout Fest, or maybe before. That would actually be a good way to do it. For those that don't know, listen, I've got a lot of trans viewers, like hypers in chat if you're trans. If you're trans, you played Fallout New Vegas. Those are the rules. It's actually what turned you trans. And you will all be very happy to hear that the town of Good Springs that you start in Fallout New Vegas is real. And when I say real, I mean the devs went there and built it 1-to-1 in the game. Which means the Pioneer Saloon and the General Goods Store, all that stuff is real. The sign is real. The saloon, and what's the guy's name that sits outside the saloon? He's based on a real guy who sits outside the saloon in real life. Now, the guy who runs said saloon and the General Store really likes that the Fallout New Vegas game brought a lot of attention and cultural significance to his little outpost out in the middle of nowhere, and now yearly hosts a Fallout, Easy Pete, now hosts a yearly Fallout get-together, like convention at the Pioneer Saloon in real-life Good Springs. It's called Good Springs. It is, I don't think it's called the Pioneer Saloon, I think it's the Prospector Saloon in real life, or something like that, but, yeah, it looks exactly the same in real life as it does in the game. And yes, Easy Pete is literally a real guy. Yes, and he hangs out outside the saloon in Good Springs in real life, and he is there during the festival. Yes, he is a real guy. The devs went there, saw him, met him, thought he was interesting, and based a character off of him. I'm not even joking. None of what I'm saying right now is made up. Like, this shit's gonna be awesome. He will not sell you TNT, though. That is true, yeah. Based as fuck, holy shit, I have to go. What game? Okay, hold on. I think I could show you guys what I'm talking about here. Walking through the Mojave Wasteland almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
In Good
Check this shit out, guys. Look at this.
Springs, Nevada, on July 8th, 2022, they threw a party for Fallout New Vegas, arguably the best game in the series, and indeed a game that the town of Good Springs has every right to celebrate. In New Vegas, we start in the town of Good Springs. After being shot in the head by Benny, the courier is dug out of a shallow grave by Victor in the Good Springs Cemetery, and the town acts as a perfect introduction to the game. The owner of the Pioneer Saloon, known as the Prospector Saloon in New Vegas, has a great deal of love for the game that features his bar so heavily, and decided to throw a party for the whole day for the fans of New Vegas to come and celebrate. This was an event I absolutely couldn't miss, and I wasn't alone, as around
The Good Springs Cemetery is also a real location. It's up on a hill, and you can, like, I'm pretty sure see Vegas in the distance from the cemetery. It's up on a hill right outside the town, just like in the game. However, if you go there to take photos or do, like, be respectful is what they request. And it seems like people tend to be pretty respectful. They don't tend to fuck around or, like, you know, leave cigarette butts in cans around like they did in the game. Like, you know, be respectful because it's a real life cemetery where people have been buried and there are people's loved ones laid to rest there. But yeah, the cemetery where you get shot in the head and buried is also real.
500 people showed up throughout the day. Showing up from 5 countries and all around the United States, fans of New Vegas gathered in Good Springs, and it was quite possibly the best day I have ever had in my life.
Is that CS music?
I had never been to Good Springs before. I knew it existed, but I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd be traveling there for a celebration of Fallout New Vegas. Not only had I not been to the Mojave, but I hadn't been to the Strip in Las Vegas before either.
Alright, he's about to show the
excitement for
footage.
journey was mounting for me. My wife and I had just bought a car, and we both thought there was no better way to use it than to drive down there ourselves. It helps that we got married on July 22nd, so we treated this trip as an anniversary party and packed up to head to the city of sin. Driving from Spokane, Washington was indeed a long trip, nearly 17 hours one way.
Oh my god.
Still, we hadn't ever taken a road trip of this magnitude, and we were looking forward to the ride. As we made our way through Nevada, I noticed on the map that we were crazy close to a location I had always wanted to visit since I was a young child, and I had to make a pit stop. The ET Fresh Jerky stand in Hyco, Nevada is a beautiful place to stop.
I do like how he complains about that trip. Like, me and Demon Mama literally drove from Southern California, like, a less than 30-minute drive from the border to Mexico, all the way to Seattle in, like, 3 days. Demon Mama's a good driver. She really, really is. And a very good friend for doing that for me, because I really needed help moving, because I don't drive, because I work from home, so... Like, I'm Gen Z as fuck. I don't have a license. I just have state ID. And so, like, carpooling's kind of necessary. And Demon Mama was so nice to do that. And she was a very good driver. That was a long trip to make in 3 days. I was impressed. It takes 7 days to drive across Canada. Yeah, about the same amount of time to drive across America. Yeah, just walk. Just walk there.
Stop. Not only is it the only shop for
Fallout
miles in the
style.
Nevada desert, but it legit has some of the best jerky I've ever tasted. Shops like these are my favorite places to visit. You get interesting lore from the employees in the stores, and the products are always top tier. I highly recommend stopping by ET Fresh Jerky the next time you're in the Vegas area, and they ship anywhere in the United States, so if you want to try some for yourself, make sure to visit their online shop. The link is in the description.
Is this
I
sponsored?
like China, but I love my alien fresh jerky.
While I
That's good. That's gonna be, like, the coolest shit ever in 50 years or 100 years. Like, the old Donald Trump tarot card robot in the middle of the desert that's rusted out and peeled up in the sun and gotten all sun bleached and rusted. It's gonna be the most Fallout shit you've ever seen.
I love stores like the ET Fresh Jerky stand. This wasn't the bucket list location I was referring to. I just had to go to Area 51, and the best way to get there is by going to Rachel, Nevada, and stopping by the Little Alien, the best fries in Nevada, by the way. The inn itself has had problems with people filming and being reckless in and around their
I really hoped that, like, the I'm gonna skip ahead to when they go to Good Springs, but I was really hoping that invasion of Area 51 would go through, and we would see just, like, hordes of people running at the fence, and then, like, soldiers with machine guns just letting loose. And it would be like that scene in Return of the King, where all the Rohirrim are running toward the army of orcs, and they're loosing arrows at them, but there's just too many horsemen. Too many. Did I get overwhelmed? All right, here should be the part where they go to real-life Good Springs.
highway sign, I was ready to stay in Vegas proper. I woke up the day of the event filled with excitement. Smoking a cigarette on the strip in the early morning, I anticipated what I might
cigarettes, just
experience
vape.
in Good Springs that day. Still, nothing could prepare me for what Fallout New Vegas Day would be. Arriving at Good Springs, I was surprised to see the turnout, as was the owner Steve. Most people thought around 50 people would show up, but over 500 came throughout the event.
This is in the
Once
back
I
of
made
the
my way
saloon.
inside, the first person I
That's Easy Pete.
recognized was Gordy, known as Easy Pete in-game. This is the guy the devs of New Vegas based Easy Pete on. Likeness is uncanny. He's great to talk to and one hell of a snappy dresser. I'm not exaggerating when I say this event
The inside of the saloon is exactly the same. The ceiling, the layout, the colors and the materials, the windows, everything. Wait till you see the outside, because all the angles you've seen right now haven't been showing the parts from the game.
had the best vibe I have ever been around. Everyone was so lovely and welcoming, and you really felt like you could walk up and just talk to anybody. The Pioneer Saloon and the Good Springs General Store employees worked their asses
That's
off in
the
the
cemetery
Mojave
up
heat,
there.
with temperatures reaching 110 Fahrenheit at times. Most of them were there from 9 a.m. till midnight, and they were dealing with about 10 times as many customers as they thought they would. From what I gathered from the crowd, everybody was very loose with their tips and showed their gratuity at every chance they got. Many people took out the rest of the cash that they had at the end of the night and just set it on the bar for the workers who gave so much of their time to make this event
Base.
possible. As I sat at my table, I was met with another surprise. Nearly everyone I talked to told me that I was the reason they even knew about the event. This was bittersweet as I discovered that I was the only content creator promoting it. It would have been nice to see other Fallout YouTubers posting about this. I understand not everybody can make the trip, still it takes less than 30 seconds
That's
to tweet,
awesome.
retweet, or even make a post about such an incredible event. And had others posted about it, we might have had even more people there.
It's this
And
month,
Good
by the
Springs
way.
deserves our love. There wasn't a negative person in the crowd that day in Goodsprings. Some people had gone to the cemetery, and when I was talking to Steve about it, he told me that not only were they very respectful and clean, they left some really kind gifts on veterans' graves, like live rounds, flowers, and American flags. A band was on stage most of the time, cranking out
got
mostly
some live rounds
Fallout
I could leave
tunes,
there.
though no matter what they played, the group was really into it and sang along.
I want you guys to see the front of the saloon. He's not showing the front. Here, let me see if I can find a better video that shows. Here we are. That's right, chat. It's fucking real. It's actually fucking real. Minimum volts is trans now.
Hey, it's TKS Mantis. We're here at the Pioneer Saloon in Goodsprings General Store for Fallout New Vegas Day, and I wish you were here with us.
Hyper's in chat if you want to go. Hyper's in chat if you want to fucking go. Dude. It looks so awesome. I want to go so bad. Doesn't cost money, by the way. Like, you don't need to get tickets to go there. It's just a free get-together in the in the town of the desert. You would need money to pay for like drinks or whatever you'd be getting at the bar and stuff like that. And you'd want to leave a tip, I imagine. But yeah. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Is that why you don't like Fallout New Vegas? It's just too much sand? Yeah, cowboy boots and fake guns are not included or distributed at the event. Sorry. You'll have to bring your own. Alright. Let me drink you some water. Zan will distribute real guns, though. Don't even joke about that, okay? Don't even joke about that when I actively am waiting for my Washington concealed pistol license to get approved, okay? Like, fuck. They're actively running a background check as we speak. Hopefully. Like, probably not. They're probably going to wait out, like, as long as they can on the 60 days. That's, like, that they can wait. And then they'll do it, like, at the minimum, or the maximum amount of time they're allowed to procrastinate it. That's how they tend to do those things. Although, to be fair, Florida gave me my CWL in, like, less than a week. I think it was, like, a week for me to get my concealed weapons license in Florida. They were fast with that shit. I can't wait to build my computer so I can play this game. Hell yeah. I literally never have wanted to go to Vegas, and now it's first on my America trip. Lol, what the fuck? I mean, Vegas is like the ideal place to go if you're going to take a trip to America. Vegas is like peak America. If you're trying to go to the most American place in America, go to Vegas. Go gamble. Go, like, check out Goodsprings. Go see the desert and all the degeneracy. Go shoot some guns. Like, dude, Vegas has some dope ranges where you can rent insane guns for shooting.
We got guns
Oh yeah, here's a CNN article fear-mongering about quote-unquote machine gun tourism in Las Vegas.
in that people wanted to shoot. Commonly Thompsons and Uzis and AR-15s, M16s, the things that they see on television or in war movies. They're being used on the news on
Or in CS:GO.
Syria and so forth. We have available for customers to try. Each one of them contains shooting bays. You can see we are full of customers. Well, I started it in 1984. I had a gun shop. We built a range into it. One of the customers, who I knew a little bit, asked one day, could he shoot one of the MAC-10s that we had on the wall? So I said, sure. And as he walked out, another customer said, hey, could I shoot that too? And the light bulb went off. We have packages starting from $100 all the way up to $1,000 if you want to shoot everything.
This is my first time at the gun store. I went with the Coalition pack, which includes an M9, an
Reddits are
M4,
nice.
and the saw.
Everybody gets an instructor. That's part of the package, so we don't turn people loose that don't know how to handle guns.
I'm not allowed at 18-year-old to gamble, and I'm not allowed to drink, but I can go shoot machine guns and visit strip clubs, which is exactly why I'm here.
He's just like me for real, dude. Holy fuck. I'm here to shoot machine guns and go to strip clubs. That is why I'm here in Vegas. I can't gamble or drink, but I can shoot machine guns and go to strip clubs. I love America. Yeah, so do you understand now, Minimum Volts? Why this needs to be, why Vegas is the perfect place to go for your American vacation? It is America.
Not awful.
In some states, you cannot own a
Not
machine
great.
gun. It's illegal. In Nevada, that is not addressed in the law. There is federal registration that's caused by federal law. So each of these guns is registered to the company or registered.
How many, like, you know what's upsetting to me? Is that most liberals who support these extreme gun control policies that would make, like, it a felony to own tons of very popular rifles and whatnot, a lot of them don't even know that full automatic assault weapons, as they call them, have been banned since the 80s for new sale and manufacture. They're the ones whose ownership was already, like, grandfathered in, but, like, there hasn't been legal sale or manufacturing and production throughout, like, the United States consumer market since the 80s. So, and the fact that a lot of them don't even know that is quite upsetting. Not in Vegas? Yes, in Vegas too. It's federal. It was a federal ban on assault weapons, as they called them. Basically all full auto, like, rifles, like short barrel pistols, or short barrel rifles, pistols with braces, that could go full auto. Like, pretty much anything that scares liberals and looks scary when it shoots or looks scary when it's just sitting there, was, like, banned back in the 80s. And a lot of the guns that were already bought and owned were grandfathered in, and that's these guns. That's why this range, which owned them, is allowed to have all of these guns and rent them out to people for shooting, because they're not selling them. They're just allowing other people to shoot them for a price on their property, on their range, with supervision after selling a waiver, getting their ID. Like, if you go to a range, the first step is you walk in. Assuming you don't have a gun and you're not shooting your own there, you go up to the desk, you say you want to shoot, they give you a waiver, you sign the waiver, you put in your name, your signature, your all that good stuff. Yo, Xander, how you liking your new pistol? Oh, it's really, really good. The Glock 19 is fantastic. It's just a laser beam. You point it, and it shoots exactly where you point it. As long as you don't fuck up, you will hit your mark by the fucking micrometer. I can't even stress how accurate the Glock 19 is. I love it. It is fucking amazing. Welcome, Demon Mama. I actually was just telling chat how good of a driver you were. You drove all the way up, vertically up the country in 3 days, and through snow, rain, like fucking desert. Like, fantastic driver, and got us there in 3 days. Pretty awesome. Get a license? Nah. Dude, listen, my hand-eye coordination is garbo, okay? I may love video games and play video games all the time, but you guys should have watched me long enough to know that I am not good at video games. And if I'm not good at video games, I am not good enough at hand-eye coordination to drive, okay? I've seen my mom try to play a video game. It's embarrassing to try to witness, but she can drive, all right? That does not give me much confidence in my skill to drive. My hand-eye coordination's fucked. Also, I don't need to. Like, dude, guys, I live in Seattle. Like, the most walkable city ever in America. Like, I literally have, like, the most pleasant walk I take to get all the things I need. Everything else I can't walk to go get. I just get delivered. And it's generally pretty cheap, and there's a driver within, like, a mile every time. And so, like, I honestly tend to spend more on the tip than the delivery fee. So, yeah, I like it. Speaking of Seattle, how did you see the new Riot HQ? Does Riot have a new HQ in Seattle? HighCon might be in Seattle? Oh my god. If there was a Hightail convention and it ended up being in Seattle, that would be... Don't get that thought in my head, Hakon. You're getting me too excited, alright? Anyway, let's watch the video.
To myself, and are owned by the company. The executives here, the people that have access to the guns, have to be fingerprinted and background checked and so forth. This is a 1928 Thompson submachine gun. That's one of our newer things, is what we call the shotgun weddings department. We actually converted one of the ranges into a wedding chapel and do weddings several times a week now. We could use people that speak 100 different languages working here.
You got it, AK.
To Las Vegas.
He's bursting it like a true CS player.
People walk out the door when they're done, they're all grinning from ear to ear. It's a fun thing to do.
I love this target. It's a dude holding a lady, like, and like the gun's pointed at you, and you've got to save the lady. By the way, this is the dumbest fucking shit ever. I get what the point of the target is it's like you're supposed to try to really not hit, the lady. You're supposed to try to hit the dude, but nobody who is a, like, licensed concealed weapons owner would ever think to shoot at somebody in a situation like this. Because you absolutely don't. Yet, not to mention, legally, you would, like, regardless of how this went down, you would probably be in trouble. I don't know. I'm not going to get into it, but if you have a gun and you see someone in this situation, don't shoot. You're taking too big of a risk, legally and morally. Just aim for the head, idiot. Yeehaw. Even if you hit the guy, you'd still hurt the girl? Well, no, not necessarily, but I'm talking about, like, legally. If you do miss and you hit her, you are legally liable. And that's, like, not even going into the fact that if you don't miss and you hit him, like, she could press charges against you for shooting at her. Like, there's so much. A lot of gun bros literally just went out, bought a gun, have a gun, and then hope for the day they get to be, like, John Wick or something. But, if you ever have to use it against a person, it's gonna be a nightmare scenario. Like, it's gonna be a nightmare scenario for the rest of your life. You are going to be dealing with, well, not the rest of your life, but for a long time, you're gonna be dealing with legal trouble. You're gonna be dealing with, like, the media giving you very mixed attention on the story of what happened. There's going to be a lot of different opinions. You're not going to ever be able to avoid that, like, news story tying back to your name. there's just a lot that goes into, like, the potential scenario where you use a gun in a defensive shooting that a lot of people don't think about. And I like that they put a lot of effort into training people on that when you take a, at least a good concealed weapons class. Yeah, Anthony, F311, I've been, like, considering it for a while. I've been wanting to get more into gun content, like, making gun content a lot, and not just recording clips on my phone for, social media. The problem is that I need, I need to get a proper lapel mic, which is just kind of, you know, not too difficult. The other thing is I need to get a proper camera. Right now I've got, like, the most busted-ass phone you could possibly imagine. The screen is, like, looking through snowflake glass. And the camera is not great, and it overheats anytime it's outside in a marginally warm day for too long. So I really need to get a new phone, and I need to get a proper, like, camera for filming videos. And then, yeah, I would love to do some gun content. I think that, like, I mean, like, literally all of the big gun tubers are very, very overtly right-wing. Brendan Herrera recently is actually really good friends with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and recently testified against the ATF, I believe, with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and they're, like, good pals, and he's, like, shouted her out and talked positively of her. Grand Thumb is, like, regularly shitting on the Democrats, because granted, the Democrats do genuinely use legal, law-abiding gun owners as, like, a example of bad Americans who are holding back gun safety policy. Said gun safety policy being literally making it a felony to, like, have a more than 10-round magazine in the state. Like, dude, I'm not even joking. I feel like guns is one of those topics the Democratic Party, if it just fucking amended some of its rhetoric and policy decisions around guns, could just take so many more voters by swaths in every election the Democrats would. I know so many people who are pro-gun that literally only vote Republican because of guns. Guns are such a massive wedge issue in America, and it's like mostly people in America are pro-gun. I think it's like, what was it, like 60% of Americans admit to owning a gun? Or adult Americans admit to owning a gun? What was it? Percentage of Americans who own a gun. Let's see. 30% of people currently own a gun, with 36% of Americans, adult Americans, saying they are considering getting a gun in the future. So that's that's over 60% of Americans either owning guns or considering getting a gun. These are not a demographic that, like, only 33% of polled Americans, adult Americans, say they would never consider owning a gun. But that should really give you some insight into how pro, at least being able to get a gun, Americans are, even if they don't own one. There's more guns than Americans. You guys can't just vote them away. Guns have way more voting power than humans. Yeah, that's also a big part of it as well, is that, like, you get a lot of, every time I do a segment on guns, I mean, hell, I can literally go into my comments and find some really stupid comment responses to my video on on gun control. Here's a good comment. Yeah, kids being shot don't matter. So this is just a perfect example of, like, unironic Republican level dishonesty that the Democrats like to engage in. Legal, law-abiding gun owners are not shooting up schools or killing kids. And banning guns does not prevent guns from being in the hands of criminals in the same way that banning drugs doesn't prevent guns from being in the hands of criminals. What the Democrats want to do is simply make it a felony In the same way that Republicans wanted to make it a felony to simply possess drugs, they want to make it a felony to possess many guns and other gun parts. Such as here in the state of Washington, it is a felony to have magazines more than 10 rounds. So, like, if I... Here, I'm wearing, like... I want you guys to see my bulge when I stand up, because I'm wearing basically boxer shorts. They're basketball pants, but they've got, like, the thickness of basketball... like, boxer shorts. There we go. So, this magazine can only fit 10 rounds. When you get a Glock 19 standard from a gun store, at least where I got mine, you get three 15-round magazines, which is standard for a Glock. When I flew to Washington, I had to throw all 3 of those magazines away. Just throw them away into the trash. By the way, these 10-round mags go for about 30 bucks. That's the cheapest I found these. 30 bucks. So, I had to throw away my 15-round mags. Is that safe? Yeah, it's just plastic, a spring, and more plastic, and maybe a piece of metal. That, like, it's just plastic, and obviously I've got rounds in there. But, like, it's just plastic, and a little bit of metal in there. But, I had to throw it away, and if I'd forgotten, under any circumstances, if, let's say, I was a legal gun owner, no intent to commit any violent crime or anything along those lines or do anything morally wrong, if I wasn't smart enough to rigorously search through the laws around gun ownership in Washington before flying back here with my gun, I would not have known about that magazine policy. I might have assumed that it was okay. And do you know what would have happened, guys? When I'd arrived in Washington, I would have had police. Is Zan okay? What's happening? I'm banning you. You're trolling. Anyway, so when I arrived in Washington, if I'd forgotten to throw away my 15-round mags that came with my Glock, and I'd, like, packed it in my case, because when you check your gun in through TSA and you declare your firearm, TSA puts it through their security. It gets as checked luggage. You pick it up from TSA when you get to your destination. If I'd forgotten and arrived at TSA, they would have had cops there ready to arrest me. Because I would have imported an illegal firearm component, that being a 15-round magazine, into the state. And so then I had to go to the gun store once I got here to get some 10-round magazines, because then I had none, because I had to throw them away. So if you're somebody who didn't know about that law, you would literally just arrive in Washington and you'd be a felon now. And they would know, and they'd have cops there ready for you. Not because you were doing anything wrong, not because you were there to commit a crime or anything, but because you didn't know. You didn't do enough research about the interstate gun laws. Now, this is very deliberate. While obviously you learn very young in America that ignorance is no excuse for breaking the law, I think it's very clear that Democrats' goal is effectively to make legal gun ownership so overwhelmingly overcomplicated that legal gun owners start to slip up. They start to accidentally fly into states that their things aren't legal in. So, for example, here's a good example of how these gun policies fuck over completely legal gun owners not breaking the law, and especially not intending to. And people it's completely out of their control. So, the state of New Jersey basically has complete firearm bans because of very archaic laws that go back a long time ago. Like, it is a massive felony to bring a gun into the state of New Jersey. Now, let's say you're flying from Florida to New Hampshire for some hunting or something like that, and you pack your gun, and you check it into your luggage and everything, and something goes wrong, your plane has a schedule change, and ends up landing in New Jersey. This is not an unusual type of scenario to happen. Any of you who've ever flown or worked in the airline industry know what I'm talking about. It's not that this isn't like an unrealistic scenario. Well, guess what? If you go to pick up your gun from the TSA and from baggage claim, You're a felon now, buddy, and there will be cops there waiting to cuff you. It has happened numerous times to people. This is not common sense gun policy that's saving people's lives and protecting children. It's just not. It's not saving anybody. It's not protecting anybody. It's not... I actually shouldn't put this next to where I burn my incense, because, you know, dirty. Anyway, like, you guys understand what I'm saying, right? Like, these policies are not protecting children. They're just making it harder to be a safe, legal gun owner and do things completely within the bounds of the law and morality. Let's see. A lot of the comments that were anti-gun, I honestly banned from my comment section, so I'll have to skim for a minute to find one of the cringe comments. Oh, here we go. This is a joke. Do not take it seriously. I wonder if Glock intentionally donated to help that politician ban 15-round mags so they can force people to buy new magazines. That sounds like somebody who's just talking out of their ass in my comments. I don't even know what that's supposed to be. Don't take the law seriously? What? What are they referring to there? Big L for this. Permits are a step in the right direction, but gun access must be much more limited. I would love to ask this person, in what ways should gun access be further limited? Like, I would love for them to say, well, we need to do background checks, mandatory background checks for every gun sale. And just be like... Well, I've got news for you, buddy. 'Cause, turns out they already do that. In every state, even Florida, they do that. What's stopping felons from getting a firearm if they want to break the law? It's only the people who want to legally get a gun that are affected. It does nothing but hurt those trying to turn their life around and needing protection. Yeah. Ah, yes, that's why countries like Japan and the UK are filled to the brim with criminals with guns. Let me not look into this any further and pretend the only country in the world is the United States. This is a very common, like... I don't know if it's, like, American-centric or if it's, like, Eurocuck brain, but... There is a very big difference between the armed population of, like, the arming of the population of these countries. These countries do not have anywhere near as many guns as they do people, and they honestly never have, as far as I'm aware. America has magnitudes more guns than people. A significant portion of the population owns guns. It is written into our Constitution that it is unconstitutional to take away the arms of the American people. And so, like, grandfathered in firearms will always be a thing, no matter what gets banned. It's only preventing people from legally going through the avenues to get new guns. Would you vote for Yang if a pistol was included in the UBI? No. No, I wouldn't. It's legal to own a tank in every state, depending. Yeah, we cannot magically rid ourselves of guns. This is delusional. As someone who lives in Australia, gun control works wonders. Like, how can you be this ignorant of the amount of firearms that exist within this country? Not to mention, these people keep saying, no, gun control is good, in response to me definitively proving with data that trying to make legal gun owners your political enemy is a losing point for the Democratic Party that is hurting them for no reason. Absolutely no reason. Trying to ban guns is just a band-aid solution to the real problem, which is economic disenfranchisement. The real problem itself is crime, and economists, sociologists and just broadly the left for a very long time have all definitively pointed to the main cause of poverty, and it goes, at least in like a lot of non-white communities, and it goes back to racism. That's not where all poverty comes from. In large part, it's capitalism, but, you know, racists have used capitalism and poverty to put down marginalized groups. Just how it works. Hell, on the Japan issue, people will make guns. Yeah, Shinzo Abe was famously assassinated with a homemade gun. Like, I absolutely love that they brought up Japan as an example, and one of the most notorious recent stories to come out of Japan is the prime minister was a fucking assassinated with a homemade gun. Because guess the fuck what? If... They'll figure it out. You guys know how easy it is to make a gun, right? You can make one out of wood, a rubber band, a nail, and, like, matches. Like, if you have the end of a match, like the little bulb red end of a match, you can use that as your smokeless powder. Or not as your smoke, as your powder. And just, like, use the little paper off of a match stripper as your primer. And if you smash that hard enough with a nail, with, like, a rubber band contraption, you can totally set it off and launch little pellets at like a high enough velocity to kill. The hardest things for him to get were the bullets. Yeah. Unironically, the most effective way to probably like limit access to the ability for mass killing by criminals is to more heavily restrict bullets. Because guns, no matter how many times you shoot rounds through them, as long as they're somewhat well maintained, they keep being in existence. But when you shoot a round has been shot. It is gone now. Unless they pick up the casing and the projectile and they reload it and all that, that's effectively a round deleted from existence. So if you heavily restrict the legal access to bullets, or like if you like make it so these little puppies here are way harder to get like they have in California. Well, they basically banned the sale of these in California. But if you make it like less than California, but like more restricted to buy bullets, you're very quickly going to see criminal organizations run out. Because ammo runs out quick. It really does. God, there's so many fucking options and dickheads turn their brains off at bans. Yeah. I heard that in Switzerland, you legally have to tell the police that you are going to purchase a gun and show it to them. You think that would be helpful here? Sorry for repeat. The thing is, Skeptical Squid, we already kind of do that. Like, I literally went to the... Like, literally last week, I went to the town hall in Washington to go to the police station, and you sit in a lobby, and you go up to the front desk at the police station. You say, I'm here to register for concealed pistol license for the state of Washington. Tell them you're from out of state, because my ID's out of state. So I give them my ID, and I get my paperwork all filled out. You just fill out all of your information, and you give them the piece of paper. They fingerprint you. Like, I've got several courthouses have fingerprinted me now for my, gun ownership stuff. So, there is such a rigorous process that already exists. Like, even in Florida, they fingerprint you to get your concealed weapons license. They run a background check over the course of, a week, and then you get your license. Like, you do this all through the police department. Like, you go to to the sheriff's office and talk to the police to get this all worked out. Like, we already have such stringent guidelines. It's even if you are a completely law-abiding citizen, you guys don't like cops, so I assume you should be able to understand, why this would be the case. It's already so uncomfortable to buy a gun and get the permits for, concealed carry and all that. You have to go to the fucking police station and talk to cops and get fingerprinted by cops and sit in a lobby full of cops that know you're there to get, permitting for having a gun. It's a stressful situation regardless of whether or not you intend to do any, law breaking. It's already very, very stressful and, strict on legal gun owners. It's far easier to just illegally get a gun than to legally get one. It's just as simple as that. It's like pirating. At this point, it is easier to get a gun illegally than it is to get a gun legally. America has the most stringent guidelines when it comes to buying guns. Yeah, dude. No? Wait, the most stringent? Definitely stringent. Wait, Alice, fuck. What do you know about, like, gun policy? Do you know anything about American gun ownership or policy? Do you own a gun? Be honest here, because I need to know how... I need to know how, like, out of the loop you are. It is quite stringent even in Florida, dude. Are you kidding me? You have to have already gotten a permit, and I'm not an American, and I used to own a gun, but not anymore. Okay, so you're not an American, so you don't know anything about, like, American gun culture or gun policy, most likely. Okay, cool, cool. And used to own a gun. What state are you in? It's always non-Americans, too, that are like, no, here's what you need to do to your country. You need to have your rights taken away that are in your constitution because we said so. I am not going to listen to non-Americans' opinion on gun control. I'm sorry, you absolutely do not have any stake in gun control as a policy in America. Zan, could it be because of all the media drama surrounding permitless carry in Texas and Florida? Sorry for all the questions. Yeah, honestly, I am totally against permitless carry. I went to, like, when I went to Florida, I totally, like, obviously I did permitless carry in Florida. I exercised that right because I could, but, like, I still got my license and took the class, because if you permitless carry in Florida or Texas and you don't get the proper training, you're going to hurt yourself, someone else, you're going to end up in prison or dead, and it's just going to be very bad. You think you know a lot more about guns than you do, and you need to get, like, proper professional training. Even if you don't need to get the permit, it's worth getting the proper professional training, taking the tests and passing them to prove to yourself and to the government that you know enough about guns, gun safety, and how they function, and the law, and everything. And yeah, like, I don't like permitless carry, but I feel like a lot of people permitless carrying are gonna solve the problem themselves. You know, there's gonna be a lot of Darwin Awards won, okay? Lol, I'm pro-gun, but I don't trust myself with a gun. I always feel like I'm gonna be one of those dudes that accidentally blows their toe off. I mean, okay. But I definitely recommend going to the range and trying, like, taking a class and learning how to shoot. Don't go to the range alone and just try to teach yourself. Get somebody to teach you, obviously. Kids getting into poorly secured guns is tragic, though. We need those classes for sure. True, the class also heavily emphasizes properly securing your gun. Obviously, I don't have anybody else in my house but me, and certainly no kids around, so, like, I keep mine, like, locked up in a case, but whenever I, like, really don't need it, but whenever I'm just home or going to sleep and I need to be able to grab it at a split second's glance, it's ready. I got it ready, one in the chamber, fully loaded, grabbable from my bed, just in case. And to give you an idea why I do that, it's because an old man not too far away from me recently just got knocked out in his own backyard by a homeless guy. Just was like taking out his trash into, like, his back alley. They're really common in Seattle. Just taking out his trash, pulling the trash can out into his back alley, just a few blocks over from me. Just goes, you know, taking out his trash late, not too late at night, but it's dark out, and gets hit in the back of the head with a board. He didn't have anything on him. He wasn't robbed or anything. And it ended up, like, they ended up finding the guy who did it, and it was just a homeless guy. But he knocked this old man out by thwapping in the back of the head with a, like, wooden 2x4. You know, he woke up bleeding from the head. And it's like, fuck. You know, that, you know, I'm not too far away from there. You know? I don't like the fear-mongering around homeless people. It's really cringe, and liberals love to do it. But, like, you know, sometimes you're walking down the street, and you reach, like, an intersection, and you see that, like, across the crosswalk, there's, like, a homeless guy standing there, and he's screaming at every single car that passes violently, and screaming threats, and you're just like, I'm gonna take a left here. Yeah, I'm gonna not go past that guy. He's very angry and clearly having a violent mental episode. Yeah, no, he chatted me down. He giga chatted me down, and I diverted path. I couldn't handle his energy. Having a violent mental episode, that's me every day, but not in public. You should work on that, Angel Jamie. Weed is actually, I heard, a very good mood stabilizer. You should try weed. Anyway, guys, with that massive stun lock done and over with, that's literally lasted an entire hour, that's a classic Zan moment, consider dropping a like on the stream. It's completely free and does a lot to support me. It basically forces YouTube to push my content out to more viewers and more of my subscribers, and it really does help me a lot. So please, 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 hit that thumbs up button. Please, 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 please do it. Please, please do it. Do it. Please, 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 please. Thank you. Please. So, you can also donate, subscribe, or gift us sub on stream, or you can even super chat, buy merch, all sorts of that good stuff. Xanderhall, when gun? What do you mean, when gun? Like, when gun content? I mean, I guess I could theoretically do a segment right now where I take apart my Glock and I tell you what all the basic, like, fundamental parts of a gun are, so that you guys know the proper terminology when referring to firearms and, like, what their parts are. That could be a fun segment. I can do that one live. Take apart his cock. Nah, I will leave. You guys are cringe. That would unironically get me to enjoy gun content, Zan. I like how some of you guys are like, sounds boring, I would leave, and the rest of you are like, pog. God, I've never seen a more what's the word for it? Divisive suggestion I made to my chat. Jesus Christ. No, I plan to make gun content, guys. I don't think you understand. I'm never going to, like, pigeonhole myself into one, like, genre. But, I mean, I do plan to make a fair amount of gun content on the side. Like, I'm very passionate about the politics around firearm ownership. I think it's very important. Xanderhall, I need a neurodivergent king to explain his autistic obsession with gun mechanics. Thank you. If you love your gun so much, why don't you marry it? Oh, I kiss it goodnight every night. Yeah, like, if you don't kiss your guns goodnight every night, like, what are you even doing? You're not a proper gun owner. You're neglecting it. If you don't kiss your gun every night before you go to bed, you deserve for it to blow up in your face. Like, genuinely, you do. No, Zan, you kiss the homies goodnight, not your gunnies. Okay. Anyway, we're not stun locking on this any longer. Let's get the segments, guys. Let's get to the segments. Let's get to the good stuff. Let's get to the memes. Let's get to the creams. Let's get to the beams. Let's get to the seams. Let's get to the teams. Let's get to the treams. Let's get to the leams. Don't you spoil... Yeah, I muted it first. You tried, YouTube. You tried to spoil it. You tried so hard, YouTube. But you weren't fast enough. You simply weren't fast enough, YouTube. Tried to play the video before I could pause it. God, I hate the way the internet functions now. It's like, the video starts playing before it can load enough that you can pause the video. Everything, it works just fine. What the fuck is happening? Anyway, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. All right, everybody. We're going to be covering someone that we haven't talked about in a little while, but it's going to feel a bit nostalgic because, you know, it's a classic staple of the channel. We're talking about Blaire White today. We haven't checked in on her in a while. The last thing I heard about Blaire White was that it was pretty much guaranteed that she and Alex Jones were fucking. Let me see if I can find the meme. Nope. I love it when a meme that lives in my head rent-free becomes lost media. I love it when a meme that lives in my head rent-free becomes lost media. I'll have to just recreate it. It's been confirmed they fucked lol. You don't have to say it. You don't need to say alleged. Wait, it's confirmed? Okay, so like full on. All right, cool. So yeah, Alex Jones got exposed as a chaser a long time ago. Pretty interesting. Also, Blaire White's literally married. Like, she literally has a husband and also confirmed had sex with Alex Jones. So she does the whole trans conservative trad wife thing. But then on top of that, is non-committal to her husband sexually. So, okay, I see. It really is all just virtue signaling when these people try to front how how traditional they are. Behind the scenes, these people do tend to be massive degenerates. Obviously, one of my favorite examples are the leaked DMs that PJW, Paul Joseph Watson, sent to Lauren Southern. Like, all of these people, no matter how much of like a chill trad vibe they try to put up, they're all just massive weirdos behind the scenes. Here's a great screenshot. It's just amazing. Oh, thanks, Reddit. Thanks, Reddit. Paul Joseph Watson said, "Can't answer? Fraud. Disappointed. So disappointed. You can't answer. Pathetic. Jesus, just allow the comments. It's not hard. Pathetic. How dare you? Fuck off. Leave me alone." One unread message. "Thought high of you, but after tonight, no. Just have a family life and enjoy and protect your child. Much respect for that. But otherwise, fuck off." And this is following him making like several sexual advances towards her that were rejected. Just truly amazing shit. Hey, Tipster. Just truly amazing shit. These people are massive losers behind the scenes, and I need you guys to remember that. And I want you to keep that in the back of your mind as you watch this video. It'll be an important anchor to reality. But on top of that, I want to bring you guys back to a story that honestly, an unfortunate amount of people have totally forgotten at this point, and that is the story, that, my friends, is the story of Blaire White's controversies. You see, she's just a massive lying, like, grifter who has repeatedly done the, like, stereotypical YouTuber apology video in response to every horrific thing she's done that's actually managed to get some pushback even from her own audience. One of the biggest examples of this was the drama that happened with a trans bodybuilder, I believe, by the name of Janae Marie Kroc. You see, Blaire White, Janae Marie Kroc, I believe at the time, was like somewhat newly out as trans, and Blaire White decided to use that fact as an attack against her. Showed a few, I think Blaire White found unflattering photos of Janae, and basically tried to argue that Janae was a man who had just suddenly started identifying as a woman to compete against women in bodybuilding. Problem is, though, Janae Marie Kroc actually had a fairly large following, and the ability to defend herself against lies and misinfo being spread about her, which she did. You see, Janae had no intentions and never did bodybuild against women, and was not going to be like using this as a way to compete against women at all. I believe she was actually going to continue competing against men, if I am not mistaken. And on top of that, like just a bunch of the other things that Blaire had said were just proven false, and a massive amount of pushback came out against Blaire, and Blaire was forced to apologize in a tearful apology and take it back. There's also an old apology she did for like she claimed that another trans YouTuber, Riley J. Dennis, wasn't really trans because she claimed wasn't on hormones, but Riley J. Dennis was in fact on hormones for a year, and so Blaire White did this crying apology. We should watch this crying apology Blaire White did back in the day. This is 6 years ago, before we watch the video now, where she is presently bullying trans people even more vitriolically than she did back then. Because Blaire's whole thing is to basically say the most horrific things possible about somebody who is trans, be like as insulting and mean as she can possibly be, justify it by saying, well, this person disagrees with me politically, so they're just an awful human being, so they like any horrible thing I say about them is justified. And then it turns out that the things she was saying are completely false, and that person has enough of a platform and an audience to defend themselves, and she gets forced to do your average YouTuber apology, which goes something like this.
This month, so am I. We are basically at the same point in our transition, yet the internet and myself have participated in this like false juxtaposition between me and Riley, that I was a real trans person. Riley was a fake trans person. And the truth is, we're almost at the exact same point in our transition. And I'm someone who's had my transition picked apart online. There have been Reddit threads and 4chan threads with hundreds of comments on it of people trying to prove that I'm not trans because I haven't done this or that, or, you know, digging up my old pictures. And, you know, I'm a strong person, I'm a happy person, but to sit here and pretend like it doesn't affect me at all would just be a lie. So the thought that this entire time I've done that exact same thing to someone else.
I like the cut. And then she's got the tears in her eyes. I like to think that she cut there because she had to stop and put some, like, contact solution in her eyes, like some eye drops, so her eyes would look all wet and teary, and then, like, resume the take, and that's why there's a cut there, and then all of a sudden she's, like, red-eyed and crying out of nowhere.
And push that off on someone else fucks with me. And I'm fucking sorry. From my perspective, knowing what it takes to transition, the tens of thousands of dollars it takes to save up for these surgeries, to take that plunge and to step into that is difficult. And to know that at the time, this is getting kind of hard to film, and I'm fucking frustrated. Having gone through that myself and knowing that Riley went through that, and that during the process of Riley.
Now, Blaire has done several apology videos like this after, you know, basically vitriolically insulting somebody who was physically capable of defending themselves within the online sphere. She's always forced to do something like that. But the vast majority of the time, especially nowadays, she is going up against targets with far less ability to speak for themselves than her. And so, you know, she basically hunts for the weak now, as far as like internet platform clout terms are concerned. And that is why we're going to go over her most recent video, which is, quote, "I'm not stronger than a woman," unquote, says literal trans Hulk, with 512,000 views in just a month. Now, I could obviously go on listing examples of Blaire White telling extremely dangerous and awful lies that she didn't get caught for. One of my favorite being when she claimed trans women could not get cervical cancer and then showed a link to the Canadian Cancer Society entry about cervical cancer in trans women, but then specifically cut off the part where it says actually trans women can get cervical cancer if they've had bottom surgery and need to get checked for it just as regularly as a cis woman would, because it didn't fit into the narrative Blaire wanted to push that trans women aren't real women, even if they've gotten bottom surgery. So the idea that they, just like cis women, have to go get like checked for cervical cancer would not be a good thing for her to admit. So she hid it. Unfortunately for Blaire, I Googled that exact website, found the exact page she screenshotted, and found the exact line where she had cut the screenshot and actually showed you guys what the rest of the Canadian Cancer Society's article said in regards to cervical cancer and bottom surgery, and, proved that she was deliberately lying and misediting medical documents in order to push very dangerous misinfo for the grift. And she never got caught or called out for that one by anyone but me, by the way. Like, that never was like a big drama or a thing that she had to deal with, was the whole lot, like her lying and saying that trans women can't get cervical cancer, even with bottom surgery. That she never, like, that never was something she had to answer for. Like, I'm the only one, as far as I know, who's called that out. So, yeah, pretty unfortunate. But, the internet has essentially allowed for some of the worst people imaginable to build a huge audience and create basically a cult of personality, and monetize themselves massively. It's one of the biggest setbacks that the internet has, sort of inflicted upon our society. I just realized this video is 33 minutes long, and it's a Blaire White video, and it's going to be very annoying. So we're going to turn it up to 1.5 speed, and if you can't keep up, then you're just going to have to get good.
I'm offended by how stupid that was.
Wait, no way. Is she doing live stream segments now? Or is she trying to, like, pretend she's doing a podcast? Also, why is she doing the gamer knee? Am I allowed to do the gamer knee on stream now? I always avoid sitting improperly when I'm on stream, but can I do the gamer knee? Because this is way more comfortable. I don't know why, but, like, I just always feel more comfortable, like, sitting, not quite like L from Death Note, but, like, halfway there. It's just comfy. Okay, we'll do the gamer sit. We're sitting the same way. It's like me and Blaire are having a convo. Bi sitting. Well, all bi people can't sit, but not all people who can't sit are bi. There's a difference.
I'm actually offended. You'll be hearing from my lawyer, Afton. This was an assault on me.
Your lawyer.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. Today we're going to react to a video that the Blaire White Army, high-ranking members of the Blaire White Army have assured me is going to make me spiral and or rage. This is a Jubilee trans athlete debate. So the setup is 3 trans athletes and 3 cis athletes, and they're debating if trans women have an advantage in sports. Spoiler alert, they do.
If you truly believe that trans women have an advantage, even with hormones, then that means you truly believe that trans men have a disadvantage, even with hormones.
Yes. Glad we already figured it out about 30 seconds into the...
One of my favorite things was a comment that came up as like the top comment on her video. This one, it's a pro Blaire White fan, obviously, said, trans men in caps choosing to participate in a sport where they themselves are disadvantaged is not harming anyone but themselves. Trans women choosing to participate, no caps on the choosing, by the way, just saying choosing, to participate in a sport where they are unfairly advantaged harms everyone besides themselves. Like, the logic here is that, well, it's okay if trans men join just to fail, going up against cis men. We don't mind that. It's the trans women who are the enemy here. Because remember, this audience in particular is like the very like hyper true scum, like only a few trans people are like good enough pick-me's to be allowed to exist. So they're very like picky and choosy on what trans people are like allowed to do certain things. So it's not surprising to me that these people are unironically pro-trans men being able to compete in the like category they choose, but not trans women, because it's the trans women that are the scary boogeyman we need to fearmonger about.
Debate.
Good
job. That's how it works. Like literally. Right.
So the argument that you hear most of the time is against trans women. So does that mean that you're okay
Oh,
with
you're right. She's aping Brett Cooper. You're right. She's trying to do... So for those who don't know, Brett Cooper is that Daily Wire host that like gets paid millions of dollars a year to like talk in a set that's made to look like a bedroom, but it's not actually a bedroom. It's literally a Daily Wire set in the Daily Wire offices, and it's made to look like she's in her bedroom streaming and recording videos like at her home, but she's literally, like, it's all just a set. It's all just her trying to put off that vibe. You guys don't know about that. Did you guys not know about that? It's literally a set.
Trans men having that disadvantage?
What does that even mean? Are you okay with trans men having the disadvantage? Like, is it about me being okay or not okay with it? Or is it about observing?
So the fact is that the online right has been completely inconsistent and just downright deranged and uninformed on their policy and rhetoric around this for a long time. Notoriously, there was the So there was a transgender wrestler. He's a trans dude named Mac Beggs who was forced to wrestle against girls because he's a trans guy. And if you like the famous image that came out of it was this one. This is him. He's a trans dude. You know, just choking the shit out of this cis woman because he's a dude. This is a dude here that is being forced to wrestle women. Here's the thing, though. This imagery is in no way beneficial to the right's narrative. Blaire White wants you to believe that trans men competing against women are at a massive disadvantage, or trans men competing against men are at a massive disadvantage in some way. But in reality, this is the outcome that occurs if you force trans men to wrestle against the sex they were assigned at birth. In many cases. Here's the thing, though. Because this was so unfitting for their narrative, but this image is so provocative, do you know what the right did? They basically played the, well, we can't hide this story, so let's get out in front of it. And what they did, I shit you not, was pass this image around and claimed that he is a trans woman who has been allowed to wrestle cis women. And then they shared the photo around Twitter and other social media claiming that's what was happening here. Instead of the very easy to Google real story of trans man forced to wrestle cis women, they flipped it to completely rewrite history and try to add this to their roster of made up stories where trans women are dominating cis women in sports. I still see this pic floating around with that context. Yeah, they're desperate. They are so desperate to cover up the actual true story behind this. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and read a little bit of it. Transgender wrestler Mac Beggs identifies as a male. He just won the Texas State Girls title. Booed and bloody, Mac Beggs dropped to his knees to celebrate. He was, after 4 wins in 2 days and all the rest, a state champion. In a 12-2 victory against Chelsea Sanchez in the 110-pound classification, Beggs ended a highly controversial and dramatic weekend by becoming the first transgender participant to win a Class 6A girls state championship in Texas high school wrestling. I just witnessed my sport change, a longtime Texas wrestling coach said moments after Beggs, a 17-year-old junior at Trinity High in Euless, whose transition from girl to boy began 2 years ago and now includes testosterone injections, won a championship. The victory was seen as equal parts unavoidable, quick, and noticeably strong. He entered the tournament unbeaten in 52 matches against girls and contentious. The University Interscholastic League, which oversees sports in Texas public schools, ordered Beggs to continue competing in the girls division despite heavy uproar and a lawsuit earlier this month in a Travis County District Court. So basically what Mac did was, after trying to fight it in court and desperately trying to win the legal battle, just did malicious compliance and just put in his all and won the fuck out of it and made it a huge story, an example of the like negative outcomes that these anti-trans policies are going to have. And just the right's response is to try to say, actually, that's a photo of a trans woman competing against girls. They're completely soulless. They don't care about the truth. All they care about is trying to push a narrative that benefits their own worldview.
Objective reality. Are you okay with the sky being blue? Are you okay with some animals eating plants and some animals eating meat? Are you okay with the fact that jet fuel does not melt steel beams? No. My name.
So I guess she doesn't believe that 9/11 happened. Is that how far into the conspiracy hole she is? I literally watched a video on Reddit today of a guy with a blowtorch and some jet fuel proving that wrong. He literally like used a blowtorch full of jet fuel to melt an anvil. It's a 7-year-old video. Dude. Yeah, Alex Jones cum did something to her brain. Bro, hold on. So, I guess Blaire White thinks that gender, like she literally tries to use, oh, I bet you believe that jet fuel can melt steel beams, as like a gotcha against the left and trans people. Meanwhile, 7 years ago, this guy on YouTube, for the undying 9/11 moronic jet fuel argument. Here's a steel anvil.
So I am taking time out of my busy day to try to put to rest one of the more moronic things I have seen on the internet lately, and that's saying something. Through my Facebook feed, I saw yet again that old tired argument of that question. Jet fuel only burns at 1500 degrees, and since steel melts at 2700.
Guys, I've literally made a backyard forge out of a trash can and refractory cement and a little bit of KO wool, okay? And then filled it with charcoal, lit it on fire, and blew a goddamn a leaf blower in there to get lots of air blowing through. I then used a steel, like I sawed a old fire extinguisher in half. I made sure it was steel with a magnet and everything, and it fucking melted the steel completely to liquid into the bottom of the forge. It didn't work as a proper crucible because it fucking melted. You can melt steel with charcoal and wind.
100 degrees. 9/11 was a conspiracy. I am so sick and tired of this argument. Now, I am not going to make any claims to what did or did not happen. If it was a conspiracy, I do not care. What I am upset about is the retarded metallurgical things that you guys are saying. I'm not arguing the facts. Jet fuel does in fact burn at 1500 degrees. Steel will start melting, some carbon steels, at 2300 degrees. But if you hold this up as a reason for conspiracy, you are an idiot. This is a piece of half-inch thick steel, A36 structural steel designed for structures. This is a 250-pound anvil. I'm going to put this steel in the back of this anvil, and I'm going to lift this 250-pound anvil with this bar of steel. Do you see how the structural steel is supporting this anvil? Okay. There. Now, in my furnace, I have an identical piece of half-inch bar of steel, just like this. And it's going to be around 1800 degrees, just 300 more than jet fuel, when it comes out. And I want you to see something very interesting. Go into the forge. It's very hot, but not melted. Obviously, it is not melted. I put this in the anvil. Now watch this. I'm going to take my pinky finger, half-inch solid steel. Check it out. It's a freaking noodle. Your argument is invalid. Get over it. Find a job.
Now I want you to imagine a building that has basically become a furnace because it's a skyscraper and there's now a bunch of wind blowing through it, and there's an entire skyscraper on top of what's been, like, blown up. Obviously, those steel beams are going to be destroyed, and it's going to collapse. So yeah, like, not Lauren Southern, I'm sorry. All the conservative trad women are the same to me. Blaire is just many shades of stupid. Many shades of bimbo.
My name's Jing, and I've been swimming for 11 years. Hi, I'm Lexi. I've been playing indoor volleyball for 7 years. I've been playing beach volleyball for 3 years.
My name is Afton. I play women's flat track roller derby, and I've been playing since the...
Roller derby. Of all sports, not roller derby. Okay, so even if you're one of these people that are demented enough to, you know, say that like some sports should be off limits, but you know, sports like swimming or whatever are fine. Like, you know, it's okay for Leah Big Ass Thomas to be swimming. Even if you want to go there.
One thing that she likes to do in all of her videos is insult trans people's appearances. Like, she's literally cried in apology videos while apologizing for this, but continues to do it in every video. Like, yeah. It's just a thing she does. And Vine Boom sound effect, because I guess you're supposed to be horrified by the trans person.
I hope and I pray that there is not one person in the comment section that's really going to, with a straight face, defend trans women in roller derby. Like the most high impact, you're literally just beating people up sport.
I mean, I genuinely don't care. If you're going to join roller derby, you're doing it because you know you're going to get the shit beaten out of you. If you're in a contact sport, you're doing it with the knowledge you're going to get the shit beaten out of you. So, like, why are we not allowing people in because they might be too good? What? The logic doesn't really hold up that much when you think about it. She's basically just trying to say women are these fragile little delicate flowers and we have to protect them. Even in the sport they joined that's all about beating the shit out of each other on roller skates.
Okay, so right off the bat, right at the beginning, you know, they're all lined up. The trans side lost the debate already just by allowing themselves to stand there in frame. Afton, with the green hair, is so big.
So the funny thing is, I feel like before we've even gotten into, like, 3 minutes into the video, I've already destroyed Blaire White's, like, reputation, her, like, ability to be seen as an honest actor or rhetorician, and on top of that, her entire argument. But the funny thing is, her entire, like, every single point she's going to make in this video is just going to be, hey, look, the trans side already lost because look how ugly they are. Am I right? Am I right? Am I one of the good transes now, guys? Please accept me. Please accept me. And like, for some reason, a fair amount of her fans do seem to accept her. A lot of them are probably chasers, to be fair. A lot of them.
That their head is not fitting in the lighting they have on set. Afton's head are literally and physically in the clouds here.
I can't believe they let trans women participate in women's chess. That's my favorite example of where the right has forced, like, the trans bans, is in professional chess. Ah, yes. You see, men have chess muscles that women just can't grow. They can't grow those chess muscles. It's impossible, you know? Chess is also a very high-contact sport, you know? I don't know how much more of this I can take. I genuinely don't. We're only 3 minutes in, and she's not really making any arguments. It's just going to be her insulting the appearance of trans people now. Like, we've gotten through all of the actual, like, arguments and points she's going to make. All these videos are always, like 2 minutes of her making the argument that she wants to make, and the rest of it is just them insulting trans people's appearances, which, like, I don't know how you want me to respond to other than insulting Blaire's appearance, and I've got a feeling that there will be a decent portion of my own audience that wouldn't appreciate that. Yeah, Zan, IDK, if I can take much more of this, TBH, Blaire really is nail on a chalkboard annoying. Like, she's just... It's astonishing me that people watch her. It really just must be, like, the desire to have somebody repeat beliefs you already have, but they're, like, part of the minority group you hate. Like, it's the same kind of phenomena I feel that, like, I and many other teenage boys experienced back during the Gamergate era, when this, like, explosion of like, so-called feminist women who were actually really pro-male rights or whatever came along, and they ended up all being TERFs and, like, alt-righters. and anti-feminists, but like when you're a teenage boy, the idea of a woman saying that you're actually oppressed and have it really tough is really appealing. And it's just it's one of the easiest grifts on YouTube is to like be an adult attractive woman making videos telling teenage boys that they're oppressed. Like it's absurdly profitable. Easy grift. It's 4chan pick-me's who hate themselves, who project their own self-hatred onto others. Those true scum types with 4chan brainworms are the only ones who can stomach her. Yeah, that's true. She'll always be the queen of those people. You're completely right. It doesn't really matter how much, like, how vitriolic and how disgusting her lies get when that 4chan, like, TTT crowd loves her. Like, what... Do you guys have any good, like, links to good, like, screenshots of TTTT, I think I got it right, posts that are just beyond deranged and insane, and give a good like idea of what that community is like, because that's literally the community that follows Blaire White, and I feel it's important for you guys to get a little bit of insight into what they're like. Not trouble in terrorist town, no. There's the Twitter account, then send me the link. Guys, if I don't get a link, I have to move on from this point, and it never gets to get elaborated on ever. I think it's because there's a huge swath of men who want validation, and Blaire leans into the bimbo thing, so she wants men to view her as a big dumb woman. Yeah. And they want to, and like, I feel like for her, the cattiness is like her way of validating herself. Like, she's such an awful person that she can only give herself validation for her gender by meeting every negative stereotype about women. Like, Blaire is just the worst, like, aspects that, like, a woman would stereotypically have combined into one person, but also trans, so a lot of her, like, rhetoric is around trans stuff. But if she was just a cis woman, she would still be a completely insufferable bitch. So a lot of the posts will go something like this, but many of them are like vitriolic rants about like other trans people and themselves, even putting themselves down. But you'll notice here they do enjoy using the T slur a lot here. Be me, 18, male to female, boy motor. Go to Starbucks every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. Never make conversation with anyone. Usually just mobile order and leave. Average 4chan using trans person. Today, barista starts talking to me while making my drink. Tells me, not many trans girls drive lifted pickups. Good on ya. How the fuck did he know I was a T-slur? I've been boy-moding since I started E. My Starbucks app is even set to my dead name. I give zero indication that I'm trans, and this Starbucks barista just busted me for being a T-slur. Yeah, there are a lot of schizo posts, but most of them are just, like, really sad, like this one. A lot of them are, like, bizarre, horny fan fiction as well. Probably posted by chasers and not trans people. Here's a post. Trans girls belong with trans girls. Only another trans girl can emotionally understand and sexually satisfy a trans girl. Be half white and half black T-slur. Live away from home for uni. Mom called me all of a sudden. She said my dad got released from jail. Haven't seen dad since I was a kid. She told me that she told him that I'm a T-slur now. Mom told me he reacted extremely poorly to it and had a violent outburst. She said afterwards he went out for hours to cool off but was still in a bad mood. He blamed my mom for babying me, but told her if he saw me, then he'd straighten me up really quick. He said it's also probably my uni brainwashing me with this bullshit. He said no child of his will be on that F-slur shit, and told her to tell me to drop out and come home. Mom told me not to come home this year because there's a real chance he will hurt me. It's Ogre. I'll never see Mom ever again, and I just want to go home, and I have to no home to go back to. So that one's just straight up sad. Like, a lot of these posts are just straight up teenage trans people, maybe young adult, in this community posting about how fucked up their life is and how, like, awful their circumstances are. Meanwhile, being, like, groomed by older trans people that are, like, massive true scum, like, depressed degenerates into, like, bigotry. That's pretty much what that community is. And Blaire White has been, and probably for a long time will be, the queen of that community. It's important to get a good, like, insight into, you know, how deep this stuff goes. What do you guys think of that segment? You guys think it came out good? Mate, Xanderhall, you fucking own Blaire in 5 minutes. I'm pretty good at front-loading the best owns in the first part of the video, but to be fair, these conservatives don't make any arguments throughout their videos. They just front-load all their arguments and then play for time so they can farm in as much ad revenue as possible for the rest of it. T. Losalot, thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub to Minimum Volts. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Didn't say anything, but thank you. Okay. All right, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, some stuff happened in the last couple days. Just some things, some world events have occurred that have gotten a lot of people's attention, particularly here in America. You know, there's been some people talking about it, doing live updates on it, and you all may be surprised to find out I've been mostly media blind to this topic. A large part of it is, like, being permanently banned from Twitter. But you know, that kind of limits my ability to keep up on all the, like, news that's going on in the world. So it's made me very disconnected from what's going on, but honestly a lot, like, happier and less anxiety-riddled, too. But I haven't really kept up on what's going on with the conflict between Israel and Palestine the last couple days. My general understanding is that there was a massive attack on Israel that did not successfully get repelled by the Iron Dome. A shit ton of people died, and in response, Israel plans to glass every Palestinian off the face of the Gaza Strip and throughout. They plan to basically initiate the genocide protocol in response. That's basically my understanding. Zan, it's worse. Israel knew it was coming. Is that confirmed? Well, I don't... We're going to read an article about it now. Apparently, it was the largest killing of Jews in 48 hours under the Holocaust, so since the Holocaust. That's a pretty bad look. Hamas is obviously awful. No support for Hamas, but also no support for Israel. I hate them both. What I care more about are the civilians that aren't really involved in the fighting, although in the case of Israel, pretty much every person there is part of the military, who's a citizen, from my understanding. And in regards to Gaza and the Palestinians, it's a whole lot of just random people that are just bystanders getting caught in the crossfire and dying. A lot of them being children. A lot of them being children. One of Israel's favorite targets are locations where there's likely to be children, hospitals, medical tents, things like that. They love targeting injured people, old people, and children. So yeah, real fucked up stuff. Anyway, how Israel's feared security services failed to stop Hamas's attack. Israel's military and espionage services are considered among the world's best, but on Saturday, operational and intelligence failures led to the worst breach of Israeli defense in half a century. Shortly before attackers from Gaza poured into Israel at dawn on Saturday, Israeli intelligence detected a surge in activity on some of the Gazan militant networks it monitors. Realizing something unusual was happening, they sent an alert to the Israeli soldiers guarding the Gazan border, according to 2 junior Israeli security officials. But the warning wasn't acted upon, either because the soldiers didn't get it, or the soldiers didn't read it. Oh, so that's what you were referencing. Shortly afterward, Hamas, the group that controls Gaza, sent drones to disable some of the Israeli military's cellular communication stations and surveillance towers along the border, preventing the duty officers from monitoring the area remotely with video cameras. The drones also destroyed remote-controlled machine guns that Israel had installed on its border fortifications, removing a key means of combating a ground attack. That made it easier for Hamas assailants to approach and blow up parts of the border fence and bulldoze it in several places with surprising ease, allowing thousands of Palestinians to walk through the gaps. These operational failures and weaknesses were among a wide array of logistical and intelligence lapses by the Israeli security services that paved the way for the Gazan incursion into southern Israel. According to 4 senior Israeli security officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity in order to discuss a sensitive matter and their early assessment of what went wrong. Honestly, can I just say one thing? I truly do feel as though the fact that these guys with their AKs were able to breach the defenses of Israel, the most fucking protected and armed place that isn't America, pretty much. And like they were just able to do it like with very on the ground, boots on the ground. They use paramotors? Like that really does like throw a wrench in the argument that, oh, what do Americans need guns for? What do you think, you'll be able to overthrow the government if there's some fascist takeover? No, they just use drones to take you out. And it's like, okay, well, why is this happening? Like, why is this able to happen then? The brazen infiltration of more than 20 Israeli towns and army bases in that raid was the worst breach of Israel's defenses in 50 years and shattered the nation's sense of security. For hours, the strongest military in the Middle East was rendered powerless to fight back against a far weaker enemy, leaving villages defenseless for most of the day against squads of attackers who killed more than 900 Israelis, including soldiers in their underwear, abducted at least 150 people, overran at least 4 military camps, camps and spread out across more than 30 square miles of Israeli territory. The 4 officials said the success of the attack, based on their early assessment, was rooted in a slew of security failures by Israel's intelligence community and military, including, okay, chat, do not call me soy for saying this, but I need to point it out. The war between Ukraine and Russia happened a week after I bought Escape from Tarkov and started playing that. How many days do you want to guess this happened after I got into CS, Counter-Strike 2? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So they attribute it to these causes. Failure by intelligence officers to monitor key communication channels used by Palestinian attackers. Over-reliance on border surveillance equipment that was easily shut down by attackers, allowing them to raid military bases and slay soldiers in their beds. Clustering of commanders in a single border base that they rushed B. Clustering of commanders in a single border base that was overrun in the opening phase of the incursion, preventing communication with the rest of the armed forces, and a willingness to accept at face value assertions by Gaza military leaders made on private channels that the Palestinians knew were being monitored by Israel, that they were not preparing for battle. They rushed B. Like, what do you want me to say? It always works. Xander Hall, please don't play Wolfenstein. God, I hope I get canceled for my they rushed B joke. Video shows paragliders entering. Oh, not paramotors, paragliders. Paragliders are just parachutes. They just parachuted in. Paramotors are the propeller things that are cool. Here's a quote. "We spend billions and billions on gathering intelligence on Hamas," said Yoel Guzansky, a former senior official at Israel's National Security Council. Then, in a second, he added, everything collapsed like dominoes. The first failure took root months before the attack, as Israeli security chiefs made incorrect assumptions about the extent of the threat that Hamas posed to Israel from Gaza. Hamas stayed out of 2 fights in the past year, allowing Palestinian Islamic Jihad, a smaller group in Gaza, to take on Israel alone. Last month, Hamas leadership also ended a period of rioting along the border in an agreement brokered by Qatar, giving the impression that they were not looking for an escalation. They did a quiet B push. They didn't rush B. They quiet pushed B. Hamas is very, very restrained and understands the implications of further defiance, said Chaki Hanigbi? I can't pronounce that name. Israel's national security advisor, in a radio interview 6 days before the assault. When Israeli intelligence officials briefed senior security chiefs last week about the most urgent threats to the country's defenses, they focused on the dangers posed by Lebanese militants along Israel's northern border. The challenge posed by Hamas was barely mentioned. Hamas is deterred, the briefers said, according to one of the security officials. In calls, Hamas operatives who talked to each other when tapped by Israeli intelligence agents also gave the sense that they sought to avoid another war with Israel so soon after a damaging 2-week conflict in May 2021. According to 2 of the Israeli officials, Israeli intelligence, they said, is now looking into whether those calls were real or staged. The next failure was operational. 2 of the officials said that the Israeli border surveillance system was almost entirely reliant on cameras, sensors, and machine guns that are operated remotely. Israeli commanders had grown overly confident in the system's impregnability. They thought that the combination of remote surveillance and arms, barriers above ground, and a subterranean wall to block Hamas from digging tunnels into Israel made mass infiltration unlikely, reducing the need for significant numbers of soldiers to be physically stationed along the border line itself. With the system in place, the military started reducing the number of troops there, moving them to other areas of concern, including the West Bank. According to Israel Ziv, a retired major general who commanded ground forces in the south for many years, served as the head of the IDF's operations division from 2003 to 2005, and was recently recruited into the reserves again because of the war. The thinning of the forces seemed reasonable because of the construction of the fence and the aura they created around it, as if it were invincible, that nothing would be able to pass it, he said. But the remote control system had a vulnerability. It could also be destroyed remotely. Hamas took advantage of that weakness by sending aerial drones to attack the cellular towers that transmitted signals to and from the surveillance system. According to the officials, and also drone footage circulated by Hamas on Saturday and analyzed by the New York Times. Without cellular signals, the system was useless. Soldiers stationed in control rooms behind the front lines did not receive alarms that the fence separating Gaza and Israel had been breached and could not watch video showing them where the Hamas attackers were bulldozing the barricades. In addition, the barrier turned out to be easier to break through than Israeli officials had expected. What are you guys reposting? These are the paramotors? Oh, they did use paramotors. My bad. Man, they've got like super paramotors that can come in for a ground landing with wheels. You can shoot from one of those. Yeah. Okay, guys. Fuck Hamas. Fuck Hamas. I'm making it very clear. But also, that's fucking awesome. Alright? That idea is awesome. Okay? You can recognize when the bad guys had a cool idea. Yeah, it's the Rust... Oh my god, it's the Rust minicopter. Oh my god. A pillow. It's the Rust minicopter. You're completely right. Oh my god, it literally fucking is. Oh no. Oh... Let me get an image. Bro. What if you thought the Iron Dome was secure, but then Hamas simply said... God. That's amazing. I'm sorry, it just is. Odds are they're called the Rust Division. I hope so. That allowed more than 1,500 Gazan fighters to surge through nearly 30 points along the border, some of them in hang gliders that flew over the top of the barricades, and reached at least 4 Israeli military bases without being intercepted. Photos shared by one of the Israeli officials showed that scores of Israeli soldiers were then shot as they slept in their dorms. Some were still wearing their underclothes. The second operational failure was the clustering of leaders from the Army's Gaza division in a single location along the border. Once the base was overrun, most of the senior officers were killed, injured, or taken hostage, according to 2 of the Israeli officials. That situation, combined with the communication problems caused by the drone strikes, prevented a coordinated response. This kept anyone along the border from grasping the breadth of the assault, including the commanders who rushed from elsewhere in Israel to launch a counterattack. Understanding what the picture was of the different terrorist attacks was very difficult, said Brigadier General Dan Goldfuss, an Israeli commander who helped lead the counterattack. At one point on the ground, the general encountered by chance a commander from another brigade. There and then, the 2 men decided on an ad hoc basis which village their respective units would try to retake. We decided just between ourselves, the general said, and that's how we went by from one village to another. All of this meant It was hard, especially in the early stages, to communicate the gravity of the situation to the military high command in Tel Aviv. As a result, no one there sensed the immediate need for a massive rapid air cover, even as social media emerged with reports of attacks in many communities. It took hours for the Air Force to arrive over much of the area, even though it has bases just minutes away in flying time, according to 2 of the Israeli officials and survivors of the attack. The fallout has been catastrophic for Israel's security, as well as potentially damaging to its reputation in the region as a reliable military partner. Aww. Before Saturday, Israel was an asset to many countries in the region on security issues, Mr. Guzanski said. The image now is that Israel is not an asset. The Israeli security services do not dispute the scale of their initial failure, but they say that it can only be investigated after the war ends. We'll finish this, said Lieutenant Colonel Richard Hecht, a military spokesman, as the army attempted to regain control of the communities on Saturday. But he said, you know that this will be investigated. All right, guys. I want to give a little bit of insight to my take on all this, all right? This is probably one of the most morally complicated topics I've ever had to discuss on stream. At least in my opinion. I'm going to give a little bit of, like, background, at least from what I know about the Israel-Palestine conflict, and, you know, you can correct me if I'm wrong, if you actually can substantiate that you know what you're talking about, and you can add extra details if I miss certain important details, but this is the gist of it as far as I'm, you know, generally aware. What is now most of the land that is Israel used to belong to the Palestinians. They were towns and villages that basically got overtaken by Israel and made into settlements, as they called them, which were brutally taken away and the Palestinians forced out. And whether it be prior to this or following this, this resulted in a massive increase in the amount of political opposition towards Israel in the region. Along comes, or was already existing, I actually don't know, Hamas, and Hamas basically starts attacking Israeli forces and land and, like, just general populace as much as possible, launching missiles, ground force attacks, mostly pretty fruitlessly, and in response, Israel would just, like, demolish an entire block of the Gaza Strip. Just demolish it and kill tons of civilians, which of course would result in the support for Hamas within Gaza increasing, and the support for the IDF within Israel increasing as well. Every attack between the two just results in emboldening either side, which just results in a further, and this is not, you can't argue against this fact. Each attack by either side increases the amount of, like, violence. They're just escalating back and forth. Now, my understanding of Hamas is that they legitimately want to, like, slaughter Israel. Like, if Israel just, like, if the IDF just laid down their arms and surrendered, Hamas would roll in and, like, literally Holocaust millions of Jews. Like, they would do that just immediately. That is what they want to do. They want to go in and Holocaust millions of Jews. And that's not great. That's a pretty big problem. And what's also a pretty big problem is all the innocent children and bystanders that get glassed in Gaza by the IDF. Neither side and neither scenario is good. I genuinely don't know what the solution is. This is literally one of the most notoriously difficult to solve socio-political, like, foreign policy issues literally in all of the world ever. There's no clear good guy or bad guy, because frankly, both sides are pretty bad. It's just the, it's just the, like, bystanders that are the good guys. Yeah, nearly 50% of Palestine is children. Is that true? That is an insane statistic. Yeah, so that kind of gives you a little bit of perspective on whenever there's massive civilian casualties from Israel, a lot of it is children, as I said before. Yeah, 50% of Palestine is 14 and under. Jesus Christ, the median age is 18. So yeah, a lot of the soldiers are young men, like 17, 16, 18, 19-year-old men. I mean, you saw the picture of the Hamas soldiers in that pickup truck with their AKs. Those were some fresh-faced looking lads underneath the masks. They look like they should be playing Fortnite. The only AK they should be holding is in a video game. Need to sanction the fuck out of Israel. Do you guys know what the truth of it is, guys? We've got massive political, Israel existing as essentially like an abroad military base for America is extremely valuable for our holdings in the Middle East. But on top of that, the fundamentalist Christian right plays a massive part in this. How many of you guys are aware of the event involving Israel that has to happen for the rapture to occur in the Bible? The Jews, God's chosen people, have to have control of the Holy Land for the rapture to occur and for Jesus to return. It's one of the prerequisites that a lot of fundamentalist American Christians believe. So a lot of the support for Israel in America comes from the fact that the Jews controlling the Holy Land in their mind means that the world's primed for the rapture and for the return of Jesus. That's a big part of it. I'm surprised not as many people know about this. I could probably bring up a good video about it. Oh, here's a good... Noam Chomsky. Why does the U.S. support Israel 7 years ago? Let's hope this was a not cringe Noam Chomsky take. He can be a little cringe from time to time, from what I've heard.
The United States support Israel. Well, there's a history, and a very interesting one. It actually goes back a long time.
I'm actually going to boost this video because old man talk quiet and slow.
One thing to remember is that Christian Zionism is a very powerful force, which goes back long before Jewish Zionism. In England, particularly, Christian Zionism was a powerful force among British elites. It's part of the motivation for the Balfour Declaration and for Britain's support for Jewish colonization of Israel.
Chomsky is Jewish, yeah.
The Bible said, and that's a big part of British elite culture. Same in the United States. Woodrow Wilson was a devout Christian who read the Bible every day. So did Harry Truman. In the Roosevelt administration, one of the leading officials, Harold Ickes, once described the return of the Jews to Palestine as the greatest event in history. It's realizing the lesson of the Bible. These are deeply religious countries in which the biblical commands, so-called, are taken quite literally. Also, this is just part of colonization. This is the last phase of European colonization. And notice that the countries that are most strongly in support of Israel are not just the United States. It's the United States, Australia, and Canada, the offshoots of England, Anglosphere sometimes called, unusual forms of imperialism. These are settler colonial societies, societies in which not like India, not like the British in India, say, societies, South Africa was a little like this, or Algeria under the French, settler colonial societies in which the settlers came in, essentially eliminated the native population, also driven by religious principles, very religious groups driven by Christian Zionism. Those are major cultural factors. There are also significant geostrategic factors. You go back to 1948, there was actually a split between the State Department and the Pentagon in the United States over how to react to the new state of Israel. The State Department was not committed strongly to Israeli conquests, the establishment of the state, and was concerned about the refugees. It wanted an implementation of the refugee problem. The Pentagon, on the other hand, was very impressed with Israel's military potential. The Israeli military successes, if you look back at the internal record and declassified, the Joint Chiefs of Staff described Israel as the second largest military force in the region after Turkey and a potential base for U.S. power in the region. That continued. Can't run through the whole record, but in 1958, when there was a serious crisis in the region, Israel was the only state that
Thank you, Chomsky. Now never say anything on Ukraine again.
strongly cooperated with Britain and the United States, and it won plenty of support from the governments and the military for that reason. 1967 is when the current relations with Israel were pretty much established. Israel performed a major service to the United States by destroying a secular Arab nationalism, a major enemy of the United States, and supporting radical Islam, which the U.S. supported. And it continues right until the present. Right now, we saw an example of that just during the latest Gaza attack. You recall that at one point, Israel began to run out of munitions during the assault, despite the fact that it's armed to the teeth. The United States provided Israel with additional munitions through the Pentagon. And notice where they were taken from. These were U.S. munitions pre-positioned in Israel for eventual use by U.S. forces. One of many signs of how Israel is regarded as essentially a military offshoot of the United States. Very close intelligence relations that go way back.
They're basically like a stockpile for us, a proxy, just a little nodule through which we can maintain control of that like area of the world, at least in our minds. And that's a big reason why a lot of American, intelligence supports Israel and wants to keep the best interest of Israel in mind. But on top of that, the fundamentalist Christian right in America believes that Israel has to exist and, Palestine has to belong to the Jews in order for Jesus to return and for the rapture to occur. And you know that these nutjob crazy motherfuckers actually believe that shit and genuinely think it is their job to ensure that that occurs. So it's pretty concerning. Yeah, they call it the only democracy in the Middle East, yeah. I really don't know what the correct answer is on this issue. Like, usually I like to be able to say, like, oh, the correct take on this is so obvious. Here's the evidence, yada, yada. But genuinely, like, it's not like Israel can stand down and no longer defend itself. Like, that doesn't work. Like, it has to go on the offensive against Hamas to some extent. Like, if Hamas wins, they'll exterminate millions of people that live in Israel. It's, and if Israel continues fighting back in the way that it is, not only will fighting escalate and will violence escalate and the conflict and the amount of people hurt escalate, but there'll be continuously more children, primarily, killed in the crossfire. International law needs to be applied equally, like 10 years ago. I don't know. Like, if I were to think of the most radical, insane, out-of-the-box solution I could think of, it would be like a full-force invasion of U.S. troops, boots on the ground, into Gaza to try to, like, suppress and quell violence and be like, just do a full-on, like, deployment of troops to, like, basically police the entire state and root out Hamas, build a, like, democratic government, and potentially, like, sway the general populace of Palestine in favor of said democratic government, in not too dissimilar ways to the way that the U.S. did in Kabul, in Afghanistan. When the U.S. came into Afghanistan, I mean, the people of Afghanistan weren't all that happy about it. You know, they weren't too happy about the occupation, but fast forward to right before we left, and the majority of people in the capital were not in favor of the U.S. pulling out unless very particular peace talks have been made with the Taliban. And so, like, I don't think it's impossible for the U.S. to come into a country, instill a democratic government, and to gain support from the people that lived there for it, but it would have to be done correctly. But, you know, I imagine a lot of people would be opposed to that too, and I imagine there'd be a lot of ways that could go wrong. Many ways, in fact. Xanderhall, you could use Article 42, I think, of the Uncharter to send in military observers that can try to limit conflict. What didn't work for Syria, but could for Israel. Yeah, I mean, like, you would need to put down, like, you have to understand, Israel's already unleashing a lot of, like, troops and firepower onto Gaza. I'm talking about, like, a insanely huge force of U.S. troops just combing the streets of Gaza to the point where it's like, all right, they are basically patrolling every road and every sidewalk. And that's the point where you've got it locked down. I don't even know how it would work, okay? I'm not a military strategist, but, like, that is the most out-of-the-box solution I can think of, because Hamas has to be dealt with. Like, Hamas is not a good group. Hamas is like, the beliefs and ideology that Hamas lives by, not very agreeable. I think it's pretty awful. They're not too far away from Nazis in the end goal of what they want to do, relatively. I mean, they plan to exterminate millions of Jews, so I mean, they're not exactly a great group. You know, I'm not too in favor of those guys. We'd basically end up doing Israel's job for them. Yeah, but doing it in a less killing a bunch of civilians way. Like, yeah, America kills a lot of civilians and innocent people when we fight wars in places, but it's not even it's a drop in the bucket compared to Israel and what they do to Gaza. Oh my god, is it a drop in the bucket. Like, a lot of US soldiers are pretty, like, psychotic, but not that many of them. Like, a lot of them aren't going to be out there purposefully shooting children unless they're pretty sure that there's a threat. Like, meanwhile, you've got the IDF just nuking not nuking, but, like, just glassing entire blocks of residential, you know, town. Every, like, other week, pretty much. Whoever opens up another one would be ruining their political chances. Yeah. Yeah, they don't really play much defense roundabout. They should be the IOF. Is there good news? A pillow. Don't distract me. Or wait, not that you're not a pillow. Sorry, orange names and the green check mark confused me because your names are right next to each other. Hakan, don't confuse me at the end of my segment with an unrelated link. Anyway, that's pretty much the gist of it. That's the whole article. And I mean, shit's pretty wild right now. I've seen a lot of pro-Israel support among the conservative right lately. Like, a lot more support for Israel and anti-Palestinian, like, a lot of it's, like, racist, too, honestly, from the right, especially on, like, dude bro podcasts that are, like, marginally right-leaning but don't really get into politics but have dipped into this issue. They've all made their support of Israel very, very clear, so yeah, it's very interesting to see people who are, like, borderline Nazis and make Holocaust jokes and Hitler did nothing wrong jokes talk about how Israel is, like, a legitimate state that, you know, is epically owning the evil Palestinians or whatever. Like, I don't know. It's bizarre to see. It's interesting. It really is. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Good seggy? Nice. Nice. Me likey. Do, 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 do. House Speaker vote starts tomorrow. Ready for the shit show? Damn right, Apillo. I am ready for the shit. And I'm ready for the show. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? Actually, hold on a minute. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and I'm gonna grab a Monster Energy. Because I want to be up and at 'em for this next segment for you guys. This is a special segment. A special segment. A very special segment, yes. Alright, Gatos, let's get into this shit. That's right, I brought it back. I brought it back. Alright, Cherry, you can edit that stun lock of me going to the bathroom and getting Monster out of the video, but now we get into this. Okay, everybody. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1... action. So everybody, I'm going to be showing you guys, and we're going to be reacting to, quite an interesting video today, because the video we're going to be reacting to is, as of this moment, unlisted on YouTube. I don't believe you can find it and watch it without directly being sent the link like I was. This video was made by someone who used to be who we used to not have a bridge built with here on the channel, who I assumed for a long time didn't think too positively of me, but recently we had a conversation on stream and have since completely built a nice bridge, and I have very positive opinions of him. I think he's a cool guy. Kraut, from, well, originally Kraut and T, but now just Kraut. And you see, back in the day, you know, years ago, Kraut used to make reactionary content, you know, bordering on reactionary. It was like anti-SJW shit back when it really started to get popular. He pretty early on started to notice the amount of Nazi shit that started to sprout up in that community and didn't like it. Removed himself from the community, started to speak out against it, and that made him public enemy number 1. Now, these days, he doesn't really get into drama. It's sort of a rule he's established for himself, and I very much respect that. Like, setting the rule that you are not going to shit-talk other people, no matter how tempting it is, no matter how wrong they are, because you just don't... Drama's just not healthy for you, so you are not going to break that self-imposed rule. And the fact that he keeps to it so strongly and has taken down very good and successful videos, or not taken down, but unlisted them, because he doesn't want to get, into drama, I respect the hell out of that. However, he has given me permission to watch one of his old unlisted videos and sent me a link to it. It's a video response he made 4 years ago to Black Pigeon Speaks, basically a whole dissection of the propaganda he would push. Now, Black Pigeon Speaks is, I don't even know if he's around anymore at this point, but a Nazi. He's just a full-on Nazi YouTuber. He does Nazi apologia propaganda. He's done tons of misinformation around the Holocaust and Nazi Germany. And Kraut is German and progressive and very, very educated about German history, as many Germans are, and very, very anti-Nazi. And because of that, he makes really good debunks of Nazi arguments, which is why I think it's actually pretty valuable for us to react to this today. So with his permission, I've got the link to the unlisted video. It's called Paranoia Pornographer, Black Pigeon Speaks. I've not seen this video, or if I did, it was a long time ago, so I'm genuinely excited to watch this. It was recommended to me, and I thought it would be a cool idea for a segment, so let's hop right on in, guys. There'll, of course, be a link to Kraut's channel in the description, but not a link to this video.
Like cake mixes and cookware, electricity and minced onions. These were things you had to be sold on.
Okay. I read the quote, guys.
Propaganda. What goes through your head when you hear that word? Footage of Goebbels, Soviet movies, North Korean news, Al Jazeera, Fox News coverage of the Iraq War, MSNBC's coverage of the 2016 election, Sean Hannity's coverage of Trump rallies, CNN, BBC.
By definition, propaganda is any, media or art made to push an agenda. Propaganda is not a dirty word, inherently. It's the context that makes it a dirty word or a bad thing, right? My video is by definition leftist propaganda. By definition, it's just good propaganda instead of bad propaganda like right-wing propaganda. It's just a word for media meant to, enforce your values and spread it to more people. That's what propaganda is. I am propaganda. I am propaganda the person.
I guess all of you said yes to one of these, which really just shows one thing. All media that attempts to convey a message and tries to guide you into a political position or to get you to buy a product is propaganda. Prior to the Second World War, propaganda is just what we called media. It got its negative connotation from the war, and specifically from those who used it. There are many aspects to propaganda, many forms, shapes, ideas and concepts, but there is one thing most associated with it that will be the centerpiece of this video: dishonesty. We all associate dishonesty with propaganda, that you are being lied to, and realizing that you have been lied to is a deeply uncomfortable experience. People tend to react emotionally and consequently irrational, and the past decades have been a time for...
It's been, literally unanimously proven by psychologists, and even ex-con men and scammers have come out to do TED Talks to talk about how the best way to brainwash people to join cults or to scam them into making bad decisions was to tell them that what they already knew to be true was propaganda. And they'd already been brainwashed, and that only they were going to be able to provide them with the truth. Right-wing propagandists basically follow that structure to a T with all their content.
Which truths that we saw as granted have been revealed to be lies. Both our political leadership and press have throughout recent years failed to keep up a standard of honesty. And it was on the internet where the main profiteers of an establishment failure are to be found. People who felt lied to or lied about ran in droves to those who proclaimed to be honest and different from those who had lied to them. A great amount of the credibility held by several alternative news outlets and personalities on YouTube and other platforms is built upon the promise of honesty, or at the very least, the perception that they may be honest. However, also on the assumption of honesty by those who view them. And that assumption, that attitude of good faith in the honesty of someone with an agenda, is in my opinion one of the most ridiculous aspects of human behavior out there. Because it is
Can I just say, Kraut has a very pleasant voice to listen to. It's a very pleasant, like, narration voice. It reminds me a little bit of Lemino, the Swedish guy who makes the really good documentaries, but back in the day when I originally started watching him would make the top 10 videos. His top 10 facts about space videos were so fucking kino back in the day. Like, Lemino's current content, top tier, but I'm an OG Lemino fan from back when he was making top 10 shit, and when he was top 10 memes. That was his old name, by the way, top 10 memes. Reminds me a bit of that. Just very ASMR voice. Kino? Kino means good. It's internet zoomer speak for top tier or good. Like peak.
that assumption that those in position of authority won't lie to us, which drives us into outrage when we are being lied to, but also drives us directly into the arms of those who lie to us and count on us not questioning their lies. This series of videos will be about people who profited from the lies of others and positioned themselves as the honest apostles of truth.
We starting with The Evil
Black Pigeon
Burb.
Speaks is a right-wing commentary and news channel, whose videos mainly stand out due to their flashy graphics and the
The older... That's... I know it's only been 4 years, but YouTube's already changed the layout of like, the website so much that just looking at this, like, the recommended channels are on the right side. The search bar isn't in the middle. It's not too different, but there's still differences there, and it's crazy whenever you see YouTube, like a screenshot of YouTube's homepage or a YouTube channel from like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and it's like, damn, it has changed a lot just in that time. But I'm really nostalgic for 2011 YouTube when big enough channels could get their own background banners. Dude, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. YouTube. What happened to this? Why can't we have nice things anymore? Let me show you what the old YouTube homepage for bigger channels looked like. This is the degree to which you could customize your homepage for your YouTube channel at one point. Back in my day, back when I was a kid. Full on, it almost was like you were building your own website once they clicked on your YouTube channel. Like, I feel like we lose so much more, like, freedom to do things for the sake of ease of access with the internet, and it just kind of sucks. I miss when you could do more shit.
use of well-made animation.
Like, stuff broke a lot more back in the day and was a lot less functional, but there was just so much more you could do. Now the basic fundamental functions of things are more consistent and guaranteed, but we've lost a lot more variety of what you can do. And it's hard to say which was better. My nostalgia lends me to believe that the variety of the old days was better, but yeah. I miss online browser games. That was something that did not need to go. Oh my god, Zan actually watched the video I sent him. Let's go. Yeah, Cherry, I'm watching it.
And a distinctive style. His videos often cover the topics of the supposed decline of Western civilization taking place in Europe and North America, brought on by secularism, liberalism, and immigration, as well as some supposed sinister force trying to guide and disrupt our societies from the shadows. There's, however, something that I would encourage you to do concerning his videos.
This is the future that the financial, political, and media class, along with the censorious large tech companies, have chosen. I am aware that the vast majority of women, when raped, reach sexual climax. In matters that pertain to the safety of a nation, then that nation will die. So as to eliminate national differences, we are already living in interesting times. They're just about to get a whole lot more interesting.
which is to listen to what he has to say rather than...
I like how you can hear the quotes of him going mask off and saying horrific shit are when he, before Black Pigeon Speaks, would put on a slight accent for his videos to make himself sound smarter. That's funny. I like that you could hear that he had like a different accent, and then like as his audio quality gets up with the later quote, he puts on like a different voice. Do you guys not hear it? Listen closer to the different clips and how when his mic quality's worse, his voice and his accent's literally different. And when he gets to be larger and the clip audio gets to be higher quality because he's got a better mic, his channel got bigger and he made more money, he changed up his accent.
This is the future that the financial, political, and media class, along with the censorious large tech companies, have chosen. I am aware that the vast majority of women, when raped, reach sexual climax in matters that pertain to the safety of a nation, then that nation will die. So as to eliminate national differences, we are already living in interesting times. They're just about to get a whole lot more interesting.
Did you guys not hear it? How he puts more emphasis on that, like, accent that he's doing? The more further, like, the better his mic quality gets. I find you can directly correlate that to him growing his channel and, like, trying to refine his speaking voice. I thought he was British. No, he's not. It's just sort of a weird accent he's putting on that's really, I don't even know what kind of accent it's supposed to be. But it's not British.
Which is to listen to what he has to say rather than merely watch what he shows. You will notice that there is a ton of claims being made.
Fuck, we're starting spicy.
Statements of fact that are rattled down like a machine gun and provide the basis of his argumentation. And this is where the first issue with Black Pigeon Speaks comes up.
I love how often conservatives bring up the argument that many women experience climax during, like, penetrative rape. So this is also true of many men who have been raped as well. Funnily enough, like, as it turns out, like, your genitals and how they respond to stimuli is completely unrelated to your brain. Like, that's just kind of how it works. And that doesn't mean you like it or are into it secretly. It's still rape. Like, I don't know. I like, the only reason they would be making this argument is to try to say that women like getting raped and that rape should be legal. And, like, they're just kind of going, there was this entire era where the anti-SJW sphere years ago just went full on mask off about how they're pro-rape. And then nowadays we've come back full circle to that with the Andrew Tate sphere. And, like, the red pill community coming out fully as pro-rape and pro-sex trafficking, and now the red pill sphere is dying, just like the anti-SJW community before it. Completely predictable cycle, as I've been saying for years.
The facts he claims to be true, and upon which he bases his political interpretations of interactions within society on, are not true. I've watched about 20 or even more of his videos over the course of a long time, pausing whenever he made a statement of fact and searching if it is based in reality. In his video, Why Women Destroy Civilization and Other Uncomfortable Truths, he claims at 9 minutes and 50 seconds that 87% of female rape victims have an orgasm during rape. It's portrayed as if the source is MSNBC. However, that's actually a troll post from some forum, and the study that supposedly proves this doesn't exist.
No way it's that
In his
many.
video, Canada, the post-Western non-binary nation, he claims at 6 minutes and 20 seconds that the Canadian Supreme Court made a decision that statements of fact can be banned as hate speech. In fact, the court ruled that a Christian fanatic who
Completely
harassed
made
a
up.
gay high school...
Dude, back in this era, the anti-SJW sphere's biggest, like, thing was to try to make it seem like every other week Canada was passing some, like, hyper-authoritarian anti-free speech law to make it, like, you go to prison if you misgender a trans person or your speech is too offensive, no matter how factually true it is. None of these things were ever real. No one's ever gone to jail for Bill C-16 or whatever. It was all just fear-mongering. It was all nothing.
Teacher, by picketing the school he worked at, could not be charged with hate speech. In CNN is Losing the Meme War. At 1 minute and 20 seconds, he claims universities only produce graduates with gender studies, sociology, and other worthless degrees. However, a search through the data provided by the National Center of Education Statistics in the United States will show you that the majority of graduates from US colleges and universities graduate with degrees in business, medical fields, and law.
That kind of reminds me. You guys always send me this recommendation to cover a channel called Clownfish TV. I've looked at them a couple times, and they're a really boring, like, chud, let's cover the media that's currently being called woke and hated right now, and, like, dunk on it, but not in the same overt way that most right-wing chud channels do. It's like, ride that wave of relevance and kind of be in that community, but not really tie yourself to the rhetoric as much. So I looked over some of their videos, and they were just very boring in terms of, like, would I cover this? Because they're not really making any arguments. They just kind of, like, laugh and chuckle about a woke piece of media failing in their perspective, and usually it's just them saying, yeah, so clearly Disney is inflating the ticket sales of this movie, and it actually failed for going woke. You know, Disney's really gotten desperate these days, guys, right? And the reason why this reminded me of that is because recently I had one of their videos come up in my recommended, and it was titled California Animation is in Trouble, and like a laughing emoji, and then like a picture of a character from one of those shows that like gays on Twitter like a lot, and like crying, and it was like, hell yeah, the animators in California that make these woke CalArt shows are losing their jobs. Lamau. Because, like, right now there's massive layoffs in the animation industry, and animation is, like, in massive trouble as an entire art form in terms of mainstream, like, media funding and production. And so right now you've got these conservative chud channels celebrating it and cheering it on because they think that, like, animators are woke. So that's what they mean when they say go woke, go broke. You'll get, if, like, animators in California getting laid off from their jobs because animation as a whole right now is massively disrespected by, like, media executives, and it's getting, like, massively, like, underpaid, underfunded. Yeah. That, like, truly the right is just in favor of all bad things, except for guns. The right is pretty in favor of guns, and guns are pretty great. That's the only good thing they like. Besides that, they're demons. And the reasons they like guns are wrong. They want guns to enforce all of their horrific ideals.
1 minute and 44 seconds, he claims that the New York Times officially apologized for producing fake news and stories that were untrue. However, when you look up that piece, you will find that it actually is an essay by the executive editor doubling down and insisting that their paper does not produce fake news and false narratives. At 1 minute and 47 seconds, he claims that the New York Times is on a steep decline in numbers and subscriptions. However, in reality, the paper is growing in numbers. In Fake News Agenda, the US government's new propaganda, at 7 minutes and 8 seconds, he claims that the Countering Foreign Propaganda and Disinformation Act is a bill designed to restrict free speech in the United States by clamping down on hate speech as defined by the US government and the left. At 9 minutes and 7 seconds, he claims that the bill will give left-wing think tanks the authority to shut down social media sites and YouTube channels that produce content that runs contrary to government and left-wing narratives. However, the bill in reality is designed to counter foreign-produced propaganda that is being spread within the United States, be it from the Chinese, Russian, or Gulf state-owned media corporations, by giving money to think tanks to produce counter-propaganda that confronts narratives spread by such foreign media institutions.
It's already illegal for, like, foreign people to influence American elections. Like, if you're, say, for example, a Canadian YouTuber, it is literally against the law for you to tell your American audience to vote for a certain candidate. I'm pretty certain that's unironically true. Like, you're allowed to have your opinion on, like, which candidate's better, but you can't make political ads in favor of another candidate, from my understanding. Like, you can have your opinion, but you can't, like, put out a political ad effectively or try to, like, help the campaign. Wait, does that mean Kevils could get in trouble? No. Like, doing YouTube content is fine. You're allowed to have your own opinion and say, this is who I think is better, this is who I think is worse, I think they're awful, I think this person should be, or I think that person shouldn't be. You're allowed to have an opinion and to make commentary on it. You are not allowed to, like, influence the election, which is a very broad, like, phrasing, but it's more in regards to, like, financial funding and, like, trying to raise money and put out, like, propaganda ads for one candidate or the other, or against one candidate or the other.
In the dangerous
You can't vote, you can't donate, stuff like that, yeah.
precedent of unbridled charity, he claims that the survivors of the Grenfell Tower tragedy are being rehoused in luxury apartments worth £8.5 million. However, £8.5 million is in reality the price of the most valuable apartment of that part of London, which the survivors didn't receive. In Antifa, media-backed terrorists at 2 minutes and 21 seconds, he claims that the Charlottesville incident was the fault of Antifa. At 6 minutes and 11 seconds, he claims that
the Charlottesville incident was a neo-Nazi who was then imprisoned for murder that drove a car through a crowd of anti-fascist protesters and murdered a woman by running her over. The Nazis on the right then proceeded to try to claim, despite it all being caught on video and in photos, and then the guy getting like sent to prison for it and tried for murder. They tried to argue that actually she was just a fat feminist who had a heart attack because she got scared by the crowd and she was never run over. A good example of a popular right-wing figure who pushed this idea is ER, the anime review guy that PewDiePie shouted out. In that very Death Note video, the review video he did, famously he did a little bit about how if the way of death that you wrote in the Death Note was impossible, then the person would just die of a heart attack, and then shows footage of the Charlottesville rally with the car driving through the crowd, and cuts out before it shows Heather Heyer being struck. The reality of it is, while the official cause of death on her papers, I believe, was heart attack, it was because she went into cardiac arrest after being hit by the car. She was admitted into the ER. They tried to provide life-saving care, but in the end, cardiac arrest was the thing that caused her heart to stop and for her to be dead. So the official cause of death wasn't considered car accident. So they tried to use that as evidence that she wasn't hit, but it was on video. Yeah. Didn't Richard Spencer also have a meltdown over that rally? Yeah. Oh, this is a good example too, because remember, the right desperately at the time, especially, wanted people to believe that any violence or bad things that happened there were the fault of the left. Meanwhile, one of the biggest organizers and most well-respected people on the right back then, had a meltdown at Charlottesville. This was recorded by Milo Yiannopoulos. Oh no, I forgot how hard this audio is to find. I forgot how hard this is to find. Come on. Oh no, chat. You're gonna have to help. You guys are gonna have to send me the link. You guys know how Google is these days. How you have to, really add a lot of qualifications to your search to get what you're looking for, because the AI bullshit. I need linkers. I need linkers or this segment's going down in flames. No, we can't do TYT segment. This has it? Thank you. No, you can't send the first link that comes up. You know I already searched these links. Minimum Volts, what's wrong with you? You didn't even check to see if it had video? Dog, we're running the clock here. This is a recorded segment. Cherry's got to edit this stun lock out. Come on, guys. No, Cherry, when chat doesn't provide segments, I've got to cancel the entire, links, I got to cancel the entire segment and trash it so they know what happens if they don't get it together. I'm desperately asking you guys to provide me the link to the video of Richard Spencer melting down at Charlottesville. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Why do you guys keep sending links that don't have the video? Minimum Volts, one more link that doesn't have it, and you're getting a month-long timeout. That's the second wrong link you've sent. That was literally... I don't know how it turned blue again after I'd already clicked it. Okay, someone found it. Thank you. Who found it? Anthony F311. Anthony F311 was the one who actually found it. Thank you. Okay, finally. This is the video that came out from Richard Spencer. This audio comes from Charlottesville after the events took place, recorded by Milo Yiannopoulos secretly. So, like, the right really desperately tried to, you know, sort of sugarcoat this whole Unite the Right rally and what it turned into. Because this was supposed to be, like, the biggest W for the right ever, this whole Unite the Right rally. Like, it was supposed to be the uniting of the anti-SJWs and the Nazis and everything. Like, prior to the rally going down, even Chris Ray-Gun showed support for the rally, I'm pretty sure. And was doing apologia for it. Shoe on Head, Chris Ray-Gun, even, like, the very much liberal-leaning anti-SJWs were, like, very much defending and even hyping up this event before it went down. And even after the deaths that occurred, they even tried to, you know, make excuses for it and say the left had a part to play in the blame for the violence that the Nazis did there. So it was very much a, it was supposed to be like the big uniting of the anti-SJWs, the alt-right, the Nazis, that, you know, none of them believed were Nazis, supposedly. Yeah, it was supposed to be all of them coming together to defeat the SJWs, and then it all fell apart because obviously.
We are coming back here like a fucking 100 times. I am so mad. I am so fucking mad at these people. They don't do this to fucking me. We're gonna fucking ritualistically humiliate them. I am coming back here every fucking weekend if I have to. Like, this is never over. I win. They fucking lose. That's how the world fucking works. Little fucking kikes. They get ruled by people like me. Little fucking octoroons. My ancestors fucking enslaved those pieces of fucking shit. We're gonna win. I rule the fucking world. Those pieces of shit get ruled by people like me. They look up and see a face like mine looking down at them. That's how the fucking world works. We are gonna destroy this fucking town.
Lord. Man, the right was really desperate to sugarcoat that entire event and everything that came from it.
Leftist Kurdish militia members who fight against ISIS and are holding and posing with an Antifa flag are in fact ISIS fighters. At 6 Minutes he claims there is a massive media campaign to support a violent Antifa group. However, there is no media support of the fundraiser he cites, or at least as far as I have yet to see. And that group barely raised $176. In the video, Britain abolishes itself. At 4 minutes and 2 seconds, he claims that the homicide rate of London has overtaken the homicide rate of New York. In reality, the homicide rates in both cities are declining. The homicide rate in New York is, however, declining faster than the homicide rate of London. And this
COVID caused a spike in the homicide rate and crime rates everywhere, including New York, but especially in big cities, so obviously that resulted in a pretty big spike since this video, but still, since then it's also been back down on its downturn. Crime has been pretty consistently dropping for a while now, and that'll be the case, though quite slowly, as long as the general quality of life goes up due to general human technological advancement. But if you really want to stop crime, the two biggest ways to do it are more access to mental health treatment and mental health care, and just basically eliminating the need, like eliminating poverty. Like, we're the richest country in the world. We don't need to have homelessness. That doesn't need to be a thing. There doesn't need to be poverty. There doesn't need to be people living off of food stamps that aren't allowed to get a hot meal with their food stamps because we have to make sure the poor people have shitty food because they aren't allowed to have a nice hot meal. They have to microwave something. Like, it's just yeah, we don't like poor people here. And if we decided that maybe poor people deserved as much like right to live as everybody else, then we'd probably see quite a lot less crime. Quite a lot less. Maybe just a bit.
This video provides a very good example of how the distortion of reality by Black Pigeon Speaks creates narratives that sound compelling to a viewer, are however completely untrue. At 2 minutes and 3 seconds, he claims a senior British Conservative figure made a statement that Britain was turning into a one-party state due to a change in demographics. Throughout the video, he keeps mentioning this elusive Tory politician, at 5 minutes 19 seconds referencing him as Lord Cooper Windrush, and at 5 minutes 47 seconds references that he is talking about a Windrush scandal. The problem is that as much as it may be compelling as a right-wing narrative to have a conservative politician named Windrush get into trouble for arguing over the supposed threat to democracy through changing demographics in what became known as a Windrush scandal, the entire story doesn't make any sense. Lord Cooper Windrush is a former member of the SDP who went to work for the Tory party as a pollster for David Cameron. We couldn't find any evidence of him ever saying what Black Pigeon Speaks claims he said. And the Windrush scandal? It was a scandal about the Windrush migrants, who are immigrants predominantly from Jamaica, the Bahamas and other former British colonies in the Caribbean that came to Britain in the 1950s. The British authorities failed to properly process them in the 1950s and therefore
right-wing propagandists rely very heavily on just being able to say stuff, just make shit up. And then, like, who the fuck fact-checks the YouTube video they're watching at 3 a.m. in the background while they play a video game? Like, who tabs out of the video game to go, like, open up Google and fact-check the YouTube video? Not most conservative audience viewers. They just take it all at face value. They never even think whether or not this story is being lied in regards to, or whether or not facts are being misrepresented or facts are being made up. And they go on with their day. Just maybe even filing those made-up facts and statistics away as completely true and valid and validated in their minds. And that's what, to this day, right-wing content creators rely extremely heavily on. To this day, they just do the same shit. They just say some made-up bullshit that they just pulled out of their ass and desperately hope you don't look into it. We just covered Blaire White, as a matter of fact, who actually did provide a screenshot to a source that she tried to say backed up her claim that trans women can't get cervical cancer. But then we looked at that source and saw she deliberately edited it to make it so that it wouldn't show the next paragraph below in her screenshot, where it says if a trans woman has gotten bottom surgery, she can get cervical cancer and needs to get checked just like cis women. A dangerous lie she spreads simply to back up her own narrative to an already agreeing audience and people who are susceptible to agreeing that will never go to that website and fact check it. Only me, as far as I know, has called her out for this. And it's because these people rely so heavily on it being a pain in the ass to fact check their lies. Simple as that.
Several who had lived in the United Kingdom for up to 60 years had been wrongfully imprisoned and even deported. Cooper Windrush merely briefly got into hot water for calling communities that don't vote Conservative hostile. The Windrush scandal is merely given as an example of what kind of Tory failures can make communities hostile towards the Conservatives. Black Pigeon Speaks lies almost constantly every few minutes in his videos, and too often to merely be unintentional, as he builds his political narratives, interpretations, and predictions on the foundation of these untruths. Untruths that help substantially in forming the political narratives he wishes you to believe, of a corrupt and declining media controlled by conspiratorial influences, pending doom through demographic change brought upon the Western world by a conspiracy, or just small statements and little factoids that supposedly provide a core of evidence for his claims, which however turn out to be untrue. All of this leads us to an important aspect about what he does. It is easy not to question what is presented in flashy animations. It's all shiny and well polished. This sleek presentation easily entices to watch and be seduced into merely listening with asking few questions, if any at all. There is something curious but also scary about this. Through the repeated lying, omitting of fact, and consequent creation of narratives not founded or constrained by reality, Black Pigeon Speaks has created an alternative reality.
Mob rule aristocratic class and replace our overlords with mercantile. There are
It's one of the biggest concerns I have about the internet. The internet has, and the age of like Gen Z growing up on the internet, never before have humans ever been as able to never leave their house. Especially with COVID making so many jobs remote, never has there been more people staying home and not leaving their house for very long periods of time. And that rate is only going to go up. There's humanity as a whole is only going to get more and more neat And I don't mean N-E-A-T, I mean N-E-E-T. The rate of male virginity is a good example of this. Like, just a lot of younger guys in Gen Z, like under 30, are just spending a lot of time at home, not even going out and meeting people, making friends, building connections, and certainly not having sex. It's a big attributing factor to the massive drop in like sexual activity within men under 30. A lot of it is that Gen Z's spending a lot of time on the internet, at home, not going outside. The rate of, and I'm part of this statistic, the rate of not having a driver's license among Gen Z is astronomically high. A lot of Gen Z, even well into their 20s, just like me, do not have driver's licenses and don't drive because you can get everything you need delivered. Or you can walk or take an Uber or take public transportation or carpool. Now, many of these things are positive. I think it's good that a lot of Gen Z doesn't like cars and is, finding other alternatives to transportation. It will probably lend to a lot more changes in city planning to make it more walkable and open to public transportation. I like that kind of stuff. That'll probably have pretty positive impacts. However, it's very clear that one of the most unanimous cultural touchstones of Gen Z is its loneliness and its attachment to the internet, and the fact that Gen Z people spend all their times in their phones and their computers at home, and I do the same shit. I'm not claiming I'm above this, for days at a time without even like going outside to breathe fresh air or meet new people. That is not how humanity has been for a very, very long time. This is a very recent phenomenon, and it's only getting to be more exacerbated. COVID did a lot to ramp that up. And the fact that the internet is going to become more and more and more and more and more and more of people's lives with each passing year, and the internet's tendency to allow people to exist in a little bubble, a little echo chamber where they're only surrounded by people that believe what they believe, think that they are perfectly fine the way they are, and back up the opinions they have. It really worries me how much selective reality, as I've kind of called it for, that's how I refer to it. I made this term up. Selective reality, like how much more popular it's going to get. Anti-vaxxers, flat earthers, people who believe the earth is hollow, people who want to believe that like there's lizard people controlling everything. I feel like a lot of this is just going to be exacerbated by the fact that people's lives are going to be on the internet. You may think it takes some level of like pre-existing mental illness or something to become a flat earther, but it doesn't. There are a lot of completely mentally sane, well-thinking people out there that are unironically flat earthers. And it's because they fell in with a community that brainwashed them, and they're, they think too highly of the people that lie to them. Some people just think too highly of other people, and it makes them susceptible to getting lied to and getting brainwashed. And that really worries me, because Gen Z is also notoriously unworldly. A lot of time spent at home means not a lot of life experience, which means not a lot of experience dealing with manipulators, scammers, and like people trying to fuck you over. And yeah, those people exist online with like scam emails and whatnot, but it's very different than like real life interaction with real people. And that, I feel like that interaction and that world experience is really important to recognize it online too. And a lot of these people are not well versed enough in, how to protect yourself from being lied to or manipulated, to not fall for this shit. These online propagandist figures like Black Pigeon Speaks, or nowadays the Andrew Tates of the world.
Many that celebrate the population replacement currently going on in Germany and around the entire life that are calculated to bring about their physical and cultural destruction. Destruction of national sovereignty. All Western nations simultaneously for all of the world to come to replace their population on state handouts.
A separate political world, run by completely different political rules and modes of operation. A world in which the viewer, after being sucked in, no longer needs to confront himself with reality, but can safely nestle and cuddle up in a collectivized, distorted, paranoid delusion.
Canada!
And in this world of distorted reality, not bound by the rules of reality, everything is possible, and everything is true, as long as it is presented as true. As mentioned before, by not mentioning the alt-right in any way, let alone the purpose and attitude with which they appeared and organized themselves during their event at Charlottesville, the riots and the murder that was committed there are suddenly blamed on the left in his reality. The Grenfell Tower fire, a horrible disaster caused by the city council not conducting appropriate measures to protect the residents from such a fire, is suddenly part of a charity scam organized by migrants. ISIS suddenly supports Antifa. A successful newspaper is suddenly at the verge of...
You know what's crazy? During this time, my like mom and stepdad were considering taking me on a vacation. Like, this is when I was a teenager, is like around the time when this anti-SJW sphere is really blowing up. We're considering taking me and like all of us on a vacation to Europe. I was potentially going to leave the country for the very first time to go to another country. Didn't work out for reasons I'll explain in a minute. I've still yet to leave America before in my life. One day, though, right? The thing is, though, my mom wanted to go to, like, Sweden or something like that, if I remember correctly. But my mom, when researching for her trip to Sweden, was constantly seeing right-wing propaganda about how there are Muslim rape gangs rolling through Sweden, and you have to be careful what parts of Europe you go to, or you'll be, like, accosted by immigrants who will, like, rape you and murder you in the street. Now, because of this, the trip didn't end up happening. A while later, my mom found out that that was literally all just lies made up by Nazis, and was like, fuck, I fell for that shit, and we didn't go to Europe because of it. And knows that shit, that was all bullshit now. But, like, even a very liberal, left-leaning person like my mom was very susceptible to an argument from right-wingers that came off like it was like it wouldn't be from Nazis. Like, Nazis, like, the average person doesn't think that Nazis would be warning women about how to avoid getting raped on vacation. The average, like normie, non-hyper-politically associated woman looking at, like, information on a trip to Europe is not going to question if Nazis are the source of info on how to avoid getting raped by supposed rape gangs in Europe. And it's effective. The fact that people just don't second guess the propaganda is so effective for these people.
Bankruptcy, and many more narratives are spun,
B.
detached from reality. In this alternative reality, reality and the online world become completely disconjointed and shambled together and apart into a weird construct that doesn't even make sense. In Twitter, Destroyers of Intellectual Heresy, he proclaims that a YouTuber by the name Millennial Woes was the victim of political censorship and political correctness after getting banned from Twitter. He claims that Millennial Woes is a right-wing to center political commentator who merely expressed his
Millennial Woes, I believe, was the person... I believe was one of the big people who popularized the Great Replacement and white, like the race realism shit within the sphere back then. Like back when the big schism happened because a bunch of these people embraced like white nationalism and race realism. Millennial Woes was one of the big people pushing that, along with like Rage After Storm. I believe these people are all like, there's this like wave of like women that came in that were Nazis and like these like women that came in that were just full-on neo-Nazis that started advocating for like full-on Nazi shit, and like a bunch of these anti-SJW dudes just completely said yes my queen and hopped on board with the race realism bandwagon. I remember Andy Worski was one of the biggest that did this from my memory, but it's been a while. You know, I have to dig through the vault a little bit to bring up more examples.
Position to globalism. In reality, though, things are a little bit different.
What's the most extreme right-wing position you hold? I think I'm pro-slavery.
Millennial Woes is a white nationalist who, when not ranting over the supposed
Millennial
peril
Woes is the other guy.
white...
Not Millennial Woes. The other person who has like millennial in their name, who's like a girl. This guy's different person than who I was thinking of. Maybe I was just thinking of Rage After Storm. I'm sorry, it's been a while. It's been a while. There were a lot of these people who were like a flash in a pan within the anti-SJW sphere because their only real contribution was helping to bring it all down. Like, you're confusing him with Rage After Storm? I think I am, yeah. Rage After Storm was like a flash... Roaming Millennial. Yeah, I'm thinking Roaming Millennial. Thank you, Apillo. Yeah, sorry. Lauren Chen used to go by Roaming Millennial, and she was one of the people who came in and, like, popularized the Nazi shit, too. Yeah, sorry. She had a completely different name, and she rebranded Lauren Chen when she started to become more moderate with her politics for the sake of surviving on YouTube. But back when she was Roaming Millennial, she was a full-on Nazi. Yeah, she pretends to be an ANCAP now. Lauren Chen is still relevant? Yeah, she gets hundreds of thousands of views per video. She still uploads.
Race and Jewish conspiracies tells black people on Twitter that he doesn't speak jungle. In the since-deleted video, Why the West Hates and Is Destroying Itself, the Second World War is portrayed as a struggle to crush the German national spirit rather than the struggle against fascism that it actually was, and that the world emerging from the end of the Second World War is the true evil of the conflict. In many ways, what Black Pigeon speaks almost becomes self-satire. In a video titled The Endgame, Why the West is Lost, a dramatic title that hypes up expectations of a horrendous threat to society, the video proclaims that a crazy woman who had a sex change for her dog, bug-chasing creeps, and Miley Cyrus performances are causing a collapse of Western civilization. Take a step back and look at this from a real-world lens.
Okay. Let's assume that this lady actually got sexual reassignment surgery for her dog. Let's assume this really happened, exactly as Black Pigeon Speaks claimed. How different is that from getting your dog spayed or neutered? Like, is that any more fucked up than going and sending your dog to the vet to get its balls removed? Because I'm pretty sure it's the same to the dog. I think the dog sees it just about the same. I'm pretty certain of that. I don't think they would see much of a difference. And what we've already been doing to dogs and cats for a while with spaying and neutering.
Detached from online culture and internet conversations, a dog, a creep, and a pop singer, you will gradually realize how absolutely ridiculous this claim is.
Oh. Wait, Hyper's in chat if you don't know what bug chasing is. Because Nazis love talking and joking about this, and I guess it's valuable to know what they're referring to when they say it. Because it's one of their favorite things to refer to when, like, trying to demonize and make gay people look bad. So, obviously, talking about HIV, like, HIV is a pretty central, like, thing that Nazis and homophobes will use as, like a thing to jab at the gay community and whatnot. There is a fetish that does seem to primarily exist within the gay community, but there are tons of straight people who have this fetish too, called bug chasing. They are people who do not have HIV or AIDS, who actively go out looking for people who have HIV or AIDS to infect them. It is almost certainly, for the most part, a meme that people like actually aren't into, but it's a fetish and it's the internet, so there are actually people who are into it, I am sure. They also like to talk about, and it's worth knowing about this because I've heard Nazi and like right-wing podcasts refer to this, pause loading. They love talking about this to try to make it look like gay men are like these evil, like, murderers. Pause loading is a possibly made-up fetish where supposedly gay men with HIV or AIDS go out to pause, POS loading, go out and try to infect other men who don't have HIV or AIDS with it by giving them a positive load, as it's referred to. I'm sure there are people who are into these things and do practice these fetishes, but it's probably exceedingly rare, and most of the posts about it online are probably from Nazi trolls. But you'll hear a lot of conservatives talk about it. Black Pigeon Speaks obviously used pause loading and bug chasing as an example of the fall of the West, so I figure it's worth knowing what they're referring to when they say that shit. It sounds very psyopy, yeah. Xander Hall, that sounds like that trans autistic shit. Not trans autistic. I mean people who shine lights in their eyes to overstimulate themselves and otherwise stimulate being autistic or simulate being autistic, and that it's probably a psyop. Yeah. Although then again, there's always somebody out there who's into something, right? But yeah, for the most part, I think most people online who say they're into it are probably into psyops, yeah.
I believe Black Pigeon Speaks is aware that he has created an alternative reality, which he must protect. One of the reasons I believe this to be the case is the footage he uses for his flashy animations. When talking about migrants, he shows images of menacing, rioting Africans. He takes special care of which demeanor the people he speaks negatively of display in comparison to those he speaks positively of. But far more telling is that whenever he shows a supposed news article, he blurs it, thereby making it just readable, with the exception of the small print. He doesn't always list them in the description, and you don't see if it is a reputable publication.
That's the point. It's really hard to find what article one of these YouTubers is referring to if they don't link it and they just show the title. You guys have watched my videos and responses and seen when, like, say PragerU tries to use a snippet of an article, and I know they're lying about what they're referring to, but it's super hard to find the original one, and I have to basically look through every similar title, because there'll be a bunch with the same title that aren't the same article, until I find one that's identical to the one that the screenshot they used, and then I can read that, and sure enough, they lied. But yeah, part of that is to make it even harder to find the source they're pulling from, so it's harder to prove they're lying and knowingly lying. Blaire White did it too. Remember that Sunny V2 clone who pretended a pro-trans study was anti-trans by just showing the headline? Yeah, we watched that one Sunny V2 clone guy who was defending Sunny V2's videos on Chris Tyson and showed a study on trans men, not on trans women, which is what Chris Tyson was, and it was on whether or not the kids of trans male parents, like trans men, found that they were still, you know, if they were happy with how they were being parented, if they felt like things were just still fine, right? And he tried to argue the study said that most kids did not like that they had a trans parent. We went and found it. It said the opposite. Like the study, literally the conclusion right there, the paragraph said they found the exact opposite of what he claimed. And then on top of that, he was completely wrong about the parameters of the study. He said that it was on trans women, but then we read the actual study itself, and it was on trans men. So, literally, they are just completely willing to lie. Hey, Parallax. They're just completely willing to lie. They're not even scared of getting caught.
However, that parallel reality created has in itself more to it than you think, and is not just a mere bubble. There's a science to what Black Pigeon does, an explanation, a method. In an experiment conducted by Craig Anderson in 1980, two groups of people were separated into two different lecture rooms and given false information. They were told that...
Oh, I love this fucking study. Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's been redone and peer-reviewed more recently with the same result. But, my understanding, what I'd been told of at least maybe similar, or it's the same one, but it was represented to me. But my understanding was they got a big group of people, two groups of people, and they put them into movie theaters and had them watch a documentary. The first group of people, the control group, watched a true, 100% true World War II documentary. The information in it was true and correct and all that stuff. And the next group was told, you are going to watch a documentary, a World War II documentary, filled with false information. Most of the stuff you learn from this is going to be a complete lie, down to dates, names, all that stuff, numbers, you can't trust this documentary. Just know that. But you're still going to have to watch it, and at the end, we're going to test you. And at the end of every list of answers you could answer, there's going to be an answer saying, I don't know. If you don't think that you have the correct answer to a question, you can just answer, I don't know. And if you were not given, and that is the correct answer if you genuinely don't know. Thing is, though, overwhelmingly, the group that went in and watched the documentary that they were told was filled with false info still answered the test using the false info they learned from the movie. Many of them forgot they learned it from the movie they were told, the documentary they told was false, and still answered the questions in the test with that info. This test has been apparently peer-reviewed many times. This experiment, people can be told the info they're about to learn is false, and then have it presented to them by the person who's presenting it, and then still subconsciously adapt that info to their knowledge set without even realizing it.
They were part of an experiment and then given 2 different lectures. One was being told that people who are high risk takers tend to be better firefighters. The other group was told that people who are risk adverse make better firefighters. The groups were then asked to find explanations and a theory for why this is the case. After the participants...
Oh, this must be a different experiment. I'm talking about something else.
Created and presented their theories, they were informed that the information they were given at the start was untrue, and that this entire event was just an
maybe it is the same.
that had now come to its conclusion. But in fact, the experiment was not over, and the researchers kept observing. What happened next was that the participants continued to defend their theories and explanation models for the false information.
Basically, a different experiment proving the exact same outcome. That's crazy. I described a different experiment that proved the same outcome that this different experiment that's somewhat similar Kraut just described. It's wild how multiple different experiments continuously peer-reviewed can continuously prove this very strong similarity the vast majority of people have in their psychology, and that we'll just choose to believe something even if we deep down know it's not true. If it's more convenient, we'll believe it. And if we're told that it's wrong, unanimously by an authoritative figure even, we'll still defend our own theory. Many people just aren't that, dedicated to the truth as they claim to be.
That they had received, despite being informed that the information was false. Black Pigeon Speaks provides narratives in his videos, and these narratives are untrue, but often also incomplete. The previous mentioned videos, Why the West Hates and is Destroying Itself, and The Dangerous Precedent of Unbridled Charity, are 2 great examples of that. He produces incomplete assertions based on untruths. He never directly says that the world would be better off if the Nazis had won the Second World War, and never directly says that the Grenfell Tower fire is a scam.
That changed later on after this video. I'm pretty sure nowadays this dude literally makes videos about the Great Replacement and talks about how non-white immigration is destroying the white race. I think he's been banned since, but yeah, this guy eventually went full mask off, and this was back before he'd taken the mask off. All these people eventually, reveal their true colors and come crumbling down spectacularly. That's my favorite thing about the cycle of the resurgence and desurgence of right-wing propaganda online.
But the audience is guided into this conclusion. The previously mentioned experiment showed that we tend to hold on to beliefs and conclusions that are demonstrably false and untrue as long as we rationalize them ourselves. As long as we think up and construct theories explaining certain things to ourselves, it doesn't matter how demonstrably wrong they are. We tend to cling on to them in something psychologists call belief perseverance. This is something easily exploitable and often used in modern marketing. Ways to make you think, methods by which to make you rationalize through your own thought process that you need to buy and consume.
Belief perseverance is what keeps so many of you guys in chat who say that you're too socially anxious to make friends or talk to strangers from doing it. Every time I talk to you guys about how one of the best ways you can destroy your social anxiety, as in melt it away into nothing and become a social butterfly, is to literally just smile, wave, and say, howdy, or hello, or good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, to people, complete strangers you pass in the street, or in public, or at the store. Sometimes it's awkward just pass someone silently. I think it's awkward to see someone walking towards you on the sidewalk and you just avert your eyes because it's too awkward to look at each other. It's too awkward to acknowledge that another person's going by, but it's so weird, right? Just say, howdy, or good afternoon. That's what I do. And once you've done that 400, 500 times, you start to realize none of these random strangers will ever, ever, ever remember you again. And if they ever do see you again, chances are they're going to remember you as that friendly person who said hi to them once and went on with their day, and will probably smile and say hi to you next time they see you, if they recognize you. There's really no negative side effect to this, but there's still so many people in my chat that say, no, I'm too anxious, I've got this, I've got that, and make excuses for why somehow they're so special that all the advice that has worked for everybody in the history of ever to make more friends and become more social wouldn't work for them. It's completely illogical. They know it's illogical deep down, but they're trying to preserve this belief that they are especially incapable. I do this too when it comes to my performance in video games. I'll do like a competitive game and I'll get real down on myself for performing poorly, and I'll start to say I just inherently suck at gaming and can't get better at it. And like in the moment I deep down know it's not true, but it's my way of coping to myself that like there's nothing I can do to have done better in that situation. It's wrong and it's belief perseverance, but it's wrong. It just is. And a lot of you guys do it. I do it. Everybody does it. And it's something you got to fight against. A lot of people tie their emotions to what they believe and allow it to overrun their logical thinking. Vibes are a powerful thing, yeah. I love socializing despite being fucked up by PTSD. That's good to hear.
A certain product. And Black Pigeon Speaks expertly takes advantage of this by creating and being part of a parallel reality, the members and consumers of which are enticed to join into coming to their own conclusions by themselves.
Made all the more evident by how he fills his videos with questions and suggestions to make you come to your own conclusions on the basis of the falsehoods he just presented.
Does any of this sound familiar to you? The issue is whether or not there is a layer of these employees whose ambitions exceed... Wise man, I wonder why nobody is listening to him now. Talk. Which way, British man? And without action, the sun is setting on everything Western people have inherited, including freedom of thought, conscience, and speech.
And what he has to say, if you carefully listen, also says a lot about his videos. If you close your eyes and just listen to his videos, ignoring the flashy animations, you will notice that what he says is most of the time the same thing he said before, that he repeats himself, that his use of adjectives and descriptive terms are fairly one-sided.
Did I not literally make this argument about Blaire White's video earlier? This applies to so many conservative propaganda channels where they make their entire really like 2D stupid dumb argument in the first minute of the video, and the rest of it is just them playing for time to pull in as much ad revenue, watch time, and extra viewership as possible for the rest of the video. Like they just find whatever they can to fill the watch time for the rest of it. There's no actual substantive critique or, anything being made. They're not backing up the argument they're making. It's not like they don't make their arguments in like the format of a essay in the same way that somebody like Kraut does or like your average video essayist does, where it's like, okay, I'm going to start the video with my conclusion, the argument I'm trying to make, and then the body of the video is going to be substantiating that claim and building up to it, and then the end of it is going to be a conclusion where I restate my claim, a summary of my of the meat of the video, as like and then an outro, right? Like a very basic format. That is not how these people make their videos. Their videos usually start with like some very zoomer bait hook, like a meme video, kind of like what the quartering does. Or it'll start with them just straight cut into them talking about and insulting a widely agreed upon thing that a lot of people in the online sphere don't like SJWs or crazy feminists or something. And from there, it's literally just them repeating the same shit over and over again and trying to buy for as much time as they can to get as much ad revenue as they can, mid-rolls and what have you. So yeah, I've noticed that as a constant pattern in these channels.
But there is also something else that will stand.
You can watch the first minute of most of these people's videos and have watched all of it. That tends to be how it goes.
out to you as it did to me. You will notice a distinctive change in language and tone between certain videos, that the spoken words and sentence structure of some videos doesn't match with others. And when you download the subtitles of those videos and check them with a plagiarism checker, you will notice why. The contents of his videos are sometimes not his. The Amerimex future of the United States is in large parts verbatim taken from an article by Samuel P. Huntington.
The U.S. was created in the 17th and 18th centuries by settlers who were overwhelmingly white British Protestants. Their values, institutions, and culture provided a foundation for and shaped the development of the United States up to the present day. And
this is still a big thing today, where a lot of the channels that just make, like, supposed edutainment content are literally just word for word reading off Wikipedia or random articles they found. Like, they don't even write their own script. They just read an article and then publish it as their own video. Whoops. Like, this is how brazen these people are. They genuinely do not expect you to even Google a word of their video to find that they just ripped it from like an article and are just reading it verbatim, or they're completely lying about a stat they're pulling from. I don't know.
the large majority of Americans see creed as a crucial part of their national identity. The American creed can be recognized by its distinct Anglo-Protestant culture, which includes the rule of law, the right of dissent, individualism, the English language, and the Protestant work ethic. While contributions from other European groups that added and modified the social fabric, think spaghetti and St. Patrick's Day, for example, the fundamental core that attracted millions, with the opportunity and freedom it made possible, remained. But the U.S. looks unlikely to duplicate previous successes, and without any change in course, a united country with a single language and culture is slowly changing into a country of two peoples, two cultures, and two languages. One Anglo, the other Hispanic. One English, the other Spanish. Contemporary immigration from Latin America and Mexico specifically differs from past immigration due to a combination of several factors, including contiguity, scale.
Dude, I love America, and I love living in progressive cities, because yesterday I had Popeye's fried chicken delivered to me by a DoorDash driver. I talked to him for a little bit after he delivered my food. I tend to strike up, like, for just a little bit, unless they seem like they're in a hurry and want to get out of there, a brief, like, polite conversation whenever, like, a delivery driver brings me my food. Just something to lighten up their day, just something nice and polite, you know, let them know that I hope they drive safe and have a good one, stuff like that as they leave. And the guy who delivered my Popeye's fried chicken was a first-generation Japanese immigrant. This is why I love America, okay? This is why I love America, and I would never have it any other way. This is the type of melting pot shit I'm here for.
Illegality, regional concentration, persistence, and historical precedents. No other immigrant group in U.S. history has asserted or could assert historical territorial claims of U.S. territory. Mexicans and Mexican Americans can and do.
Oh shit, 29 raiders from Niena. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome, raiders from Niena. Thank you. I appreciate the raid. Hopefully you enjoy the stream over on Twitch.
The size, persistence, and concentration of Hispanic immigration tends to perpetuate the use of Spanish through successive generations. Hispanic leaders are...
Yeah, we're watching a takedown of Black Pigeon Speaks.
English is not enough, argues Salvador Sato, president of the Spanish American League Against Discrimination. We don't want a monolingual society. Similarly, Duke University literature professor and Chilean immigrant Ariel Dorfman asks...
He literally just ripped the entire script from this.
The persistence of Mexican immigration into the United States reduces the incentives for cultural assimilation. Mexican Americans no longer think of themselves as members of a small minority who must accommodate the dominant group and adopt its culture. As their numbers increase, they become more committed to their own ethnic identity and culture. In 1917, former U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt said, "We must have but one flag. We must also have but one language. That must be the language of the Declaration of Independence, of Washington's farewell address, of Lincoln's Gettysburg speech, and second inaugural." By contrast, in June 2000, U.S. President Bill Clinton said, "I hope very much that I'm the last president in American history who can't speak Spanish." And it was in May 2001, President George Bush celebrated Mexico's Cinco de Mayo national holiday by inaugurating the practice of broadcasting the weekly presidential radio address to the American people in both English and Spanish. If these trends continue, the cultural division between Hispanics and Anglos could replace the racial division between blacks and whites as the most serious cleavage in U.S. society. This transformation may not be all bad, but it will be the end of America as it's been known in any recognizable form for the past 3 centuries. But Americans should not allow this to happen unless they are sure that this new nation that's being created will be better than the one that is replacing.
The surveillance society.
Chat. If you've had fajitas on a sizzling hot skillet from a Mexican restaurant, then you know that this is a better America. It's a better America. Yeah, I like the very much the casual usage of the term blacks in that article there. Just, you know, very, very interesting that that's the term they use. You know, just, you know, interesting. You know, just, you know, it might be worth looking into the source of that article and that quote. Maybe that maybe that publication has some political biases that ought to be looked into, chat. New Mexico for the win, best food ever. Listen, I will say one thing. I went to Albuquerque, New Mexico. I went to Los Pollos Hermanos. I went to Walt's house, and that was it. I ate food at Los Pollos Hermanos, but I'm going to give you guys my scathing hot take. Albuquerque, New Mexico is an utter shithole of a city. It is. It is. It's pretty high on the shithole city list in my mind. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why Breaking Bad takes place there. It's because Albuquerque's a shithole. There's no better place for a show like Breaking Bad about the criminal underworld to take place in than the shithole that is Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm sorry, but it's true. I live in Las Cruces. I agree on ABQ, though. You'd know well, because you're not far from Albuquerque. You've been there, no doubt, many times. You know how much of a shithole it is. Dude, so much of Albuquerque is just dirt. It's just dirt. They don't irrigate anything there. That alone contributes so much to the fact that everything's just dust. I can't tell what's supposed to look nice and what's supposed to look not nice, like in a normal city, because everything's dusty, because nothing's irrigated.
What it means to you is in large parts verbatim taken from various different publications, from the online privacy advocate and blogger Robin Bertie, from a Huffington Post article written by Leila Ravis, from a Guardian article written by Alex Preston, and from a Nigerian tech blogger.
And we are already self-censoring. A 2013 survey of U.S. writers found that after the revelations of the NSA's mass surveillance regime, 1 in 6 had avoided writing on topics they thought would subject them to surveillance, and a further 1 in 6 had seriously considered doing so. We've come to fear how our words, opinions, and beliefs may negatively affect our lives if they are misinterpreted or considered unpopular by the masses. Whether a joke is misconstrued or a political position deemed controversial, we have seen the negative effects this sharing can have on individuals' lives, and we've become frightened to share. What is the result of this? We've begun to eliminate the most powerful thing about sharing platforms. We've stopped using them for meaningful social debate because we don't want to risk our livelihoods on what we believe in. Many of us have become either weak or bipolar, strong and boisterous when our passions are ignited about the meaningless, or weak, perhaps even silent, when it comes to our deeper, more meaningful convictions. If it's not well favored by the masses, we just may shrink. Maybe it's that we understand very clearly the transaction. The internet is free and we wish to keep it that way, so corporations have worked out how to make money out of something we are willing to give them in return, our privacy. We have traded our privacy for the wealth of information the web delivers to us, the convenience of online shopping, and the global village of social media. Remaining unrecognizable and keeping conversations private online is immensely important. It's not just an issue for civil libertarians. Online privacy is crucial for crime victims, whistleblowers, dissidents, and anyone who would like their private matters to stay private. It doesn't matter if you have nothing to hide. Privacy is a right granted to individuals that underpins the freedom of expression, association, and assembly, all of which are essential for a free, democratic society.
As California goes, so goes the nation is partially verbatim taken from an article in American Greatness written by Spencer P. Morrison.
For decades, the adage went, as California goes, so goes the nation.
Oh my god, it's just... We're just going down a list of videos that Black Pigeon Speaks made that are literally just him ripping the entire script from an article without saying or crediting it and pretending like he wrote the script and it's him just making an original video. So just like countless examples of straight up plagiarism, because it's all about money. These people are all about the money.
Now, it's a stark warning. If California was an independent nation, it would be the 17th most unequal country in the world, just between Honduras and Guatemala. In comparison to the social democracies California attempts to ape, Canada, for example, is the 111th, and Norway the 153rd most unequal countries, that is, out of the 176 countries surveyed. First, it incensed...
You've got to say something pretty deranged about California to make me defend it, dude. Like, holy fuck. Apparently you can't get rounds for, like, shooting at the range in California. Correct me if I'm wrong, because like I didn't like buy anything for shooting when I was in California. Not really the best place to get into it, frankly. Can you buy like rounds in California? Because my understanding is you can't. Yeah, listen, California's got some problems in my opinion. All right. I have some pretty strong opinions on California's laws.
Incentivizes poverty by rewarding the poor with government handouts that are at times more lucrative and more valuable than what could be obtained by employment. Second, welfare states are expensive. This means higher taxes and therefore slower economic growth and fewer job opportunities for everyone.
Come to Brazil, please.
Like Germany, like the UK, like the Netherlands, California as a welfare state is a magnet for the poor. Whether through domestic migration or foreign immigration, poor people flock to places with generous welfare benefits. Of course, this makes perfect sense from those that seek welfare handouts. It makes absolutely none from the point of view of a taxpayer.
Why Women Destroy Civilizations and Other Uncomfortable Truths is partially verbatim taken from an article written by Bob Burkett in Ethica Politica.
And
that is a very obvious Nazi site.
The sexual restraint they
I can just tell by the name that is a Nazi site.
observed Unwin's impetus for the project was to test the Freudian theory that civilizational progress...
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that little segment we'd have at the end of every No Bullshit video called Booba Time. Back when No Bullshit still uploaded before his channel completely died and he went completely dark online, from what I can tell, at the end of all of his videos, for like 2 minutes while he did his outro and made his final statements, he would just show a video of like a model in like a bikini, like doing different poses in the background, and that would just be the background of the video for like the last 5 minutes. And it was just to keep watch time up because people would want to see the hot lady. It was literally just a like watch time retention method that was like very obvious and shameless that he would do. And so we called it Booba Time whenever we'd respond to No Bullshit videos. Like, I need you guys to understand how desperate for money these people are.
Was the product of repressed sexuality.
Every penny they
found
can
that
wring out of their
discipline in
views.
Sexual matters appropriated social energy to more civilizational ends. It's very complicated, but for Unwin, the fabric of society was primarily sexual, and heterosexual monogamy was the optimal arrangement for the planning, building, protecting, and nurturing of the family. If enough heterosexual partners made a monogamous commitment, civilizational energy was directed toward promoting the finest societal foundation possible.
Full disclosure, I am subscribed to Black Pigeon Speaks, but not because I agree with him. I just like the way he presents his arguments. I like to challenge my positions and my opinions by listening to people who have different...
That was that clip from Armored Skeptic perfectly encapsulates the way that like the lib types would defend the Nazis in the anti-SJW sphere. I know this is Armored Skeptic, and like he was never all that like left-leaning to the public, but he always put himself forward as like a centrist moderate. This is how they responded to Nazis in their community.
Foundation possible.
Full disclosure, I am subscribed to Black Pigeon Speaks, but not because I agree with him. I just like the way he presents his arguments. I like to challenge my positions and my opinions by listening to people who have different opinions and different positions.
My brain's being inflated by all these high-level
It would be easy to
ideas.
laugh at his audience. For most of his videos, Black Pigeon Speaks rants about the mainstream media and how untrustworthy and full of lies it is.
What used to be the choke points of information distribution, the news media as well as academia, are now at this point all but discredited. That it is a perfect example of the difference between the alternative media and the corporate-controlled mainstream media news manufacturing echo chamber of the far. And this should be yet another example for all with eyes to see and ears to hear of the duplicitous nature of the outfits that make up the mainstream media and the fake news. But to say that people have lost respect for it as well as most other outlets in the mainstream media would be an understatement.
His audience comes to him because they also reject the narratives of the mainstream media and trust the man who loudly and vocally condemns that media. And he then sells them that very media in form of stolen goods that he ripped from the very mainstream media which he claims to be dishonest. And people click and pay him for it. Because something looks shiny, it's easy to see his audience like moths into a glaring light. All of this sounds like a joke, almost like a plot to an amazing satire piece. But instead, take a step back. Look at this differently. I wish for you to take away mainly a few other things from this.
I just like the way he presents his argument.
It's all about presentation, not arguments. It's about ways to make you think. Black Pigeon Speaks may plagiarize out of laziness. In his subscriber milestone video, he also rips footage from the YouTuber Colossal is Crazy. But in the same video, he goes through the extra effort of putting a red color filter over footage of one of his critics to pronounce his acne. So Black Pigeon knows when to put effort into something to produce the kind of results that he wants from you.
I love that tactic ended up becoming the most popular thing for right-wing and commentary channels to do. Have you guys noticed it's like an extremely like common thing to see in thumbnails for takedown videos these days? Mostly by right-wing channels. Like if you have a photo of someone, everybody's got like little bits on their face and on their skin that are pinker or like slightly redder than the rest. And if you look at someone's face just under normal, non-altered filtering, it looks fine. It looks normal. Like, you know, the shadows on your face, any like, you know, little anything like you look fine. Like any blemishes or anything like that just look completely normal. But if you turn up the red, all of the sudden, every little red blemish, every little tiny speckle of acne you wouldn't ever notice, every shadow on the face and dark spot from like shadows and whatnot suddenly becomes super pronounced, and you look like you're on meth and you haven't eaten in 12 days and you're covered in acne and you haven't washed your face or showered in a week. And so that trend has become extremely popular, and you see it in a lot of commentary video takedown video thumbnails on like for whatever YouTuber they're taking down. I know that they love doing it to Pokimane, and like I know they do it with Quebblecop. He's another person that gets taken down a lot. Yeah. Zan, you're describing people like Nerdrotic and the rest of the Fandom Menace folks who do that as well, as use the really bug women Photoshop with the face of people they currently hate in their thumbnails. Yeah, no, basically the using like edits to make the person you're covering look less physically. Yeah, they did that to Keffels too, I think. Yeah, using like physical edits for your thumbnails to make the person you're covering look less physically appealing is a very effective manipulation tactic for making a takedown video. It's very common with like pseudo intellectuals. I hate using that term, but I mean, I guess it applies in the space. Yeah, Blaire White loves doing it too. Yeah, Blaire White does it all the time. She didn't even come to mind because I'm talking about like more mainstream chud channels that like do mainstream commentary content. But yeah, I guess that applies too.
Like the way he presents his argument.
It's all about presentation, not arguments. It's about ways to make you think. Black Pigeon Speaks may plagiarize out of laziness. In his subscriber milestone video, he also rips footage from the YouTuber Colossal is Crazy. But in the same video, he goes through the extra effort of putting a red color filter over footage of one of his critics to pronounce his acne. So Black Pigeon knows when to put effort into something to produce the kind of results that he wants from you. In a way, I almost have a weird sense of dread and respect for what he has achieved. In advertising, both for products and in politics, it is desired to make services, products, or views desirable for the consumer. The challenge is to make you think you want something that you might not even need, to agree with something you might not know anything about. And with that in mind, Black Pigeon Speaks has accomplished something amazing. By taking mainstream media articles, adding some animations, lens flare, effects, and a few specific ideological keywords, he has managed to take a product, namely mainstream media, and sell it to those who hate it, while telling them to hate it. And that, no matter how sleazy you may see his actions as, is somewhat impressive. If you enjoyed this video, click the like button and share it with your friends. But also consider checking out the YouTube channels of Liberal Sanity Project, Drillasta, and David Sherratt. They helped me out massively by watching Black Pigeon Speaks videos with me.
Liberal Sanity Project was the person who introduced me to Kraut initially. Because well before like Kraut and Vosh had that like big drama thing on stream that has since been like mulled over and is all good. I had met Kraut in a Discord call because Liberal Sanity Project invited me. And Kraut was just like in the Discord call, just drawing some country balls in Google Paint or in Microsoft Paint. He was just screen sharing, like drawing the little balls in the scenes for his next video. And so I played the classic WoW and talked to them both for a little while. So that was pretty cool. That was actually my first time ever interacting with them. And that was like all the way back in 2019. So yeah, it's been a while. But yeah, I really like Kraut. He's a cool guy. There'll be a link to his channel down below in the description. This video is, of course, unlisted, though I've been given permission to watch it on stream. But yeah, you know, I think it's really good. I think it's really good, and I do still respect the pact of no drama that was taken by Kraut, and that's why he's unlisted it, is because he doesn't want to start shit. No matter how correct he is, he doesn't want to get involved with drama because it's not really good for anyone. And he recognizes that. And he's actively willful. Like, he's got a strong enough will to actively resist the urge to, like, start shit with someone who deserves it and you could totally own. And just follows through and just turns the other cheek. And I respect the fuck out of that. It's not my preference. I love getting into the shit, but I respect the fuck out of people who can follow through on that. Yeah, and he's been attacked so vitriolically. It's insane. He got so much shit from the right. Cherry sent me this and said, are you going to look at the response from Black Pigeon Speaks to Kraut's video? All right, Cherry sent me this link. Let's see it.
Yet again, Kraut. He's now in full damage control. Kraut is a doxer. This is a man that stewed on his own rage. Doxing server, the man who would actually little man, filthy, dirty, lying. The man who would actually, and unfortunately, only to have, as always, his lies. Fragile ego. Kraut is a liar. Littler and littler and littler by the day. Kraut is obviously not a good person. You, like Mundane Matt, have become a snickering joke of the internet.
I love the little piece of snot coming off the beak. little piece of bird beak snot is so funny. Yeah, he goes from American accent, like Canadian accent, to like Scottish accent, just back and forth. It's really weird. Anyway, as I was saying though, I guess this is like a compilation of like him crying about Kraut. That you actually get a little bit of a piece of the way that the right tried to take down Kraut for speaking out against the Nazi sphere and like the Nazi influence rising up. They tried to accuse him of having a doxing server. This has since been like pretty strongly debunked, so it's not really like a claim that goes around anymore. But that, like, their response was to try to claim that he was a doxer. And you know why they tried to claim he was a doxer? Because the rules, quote unquote, they're not really rules that they follow or anything, but they present it like this is the rules that they follow to try to make themselves look better. Alt-right communities are themselves very into doxing, swatting, and going to people's houses and ordering pizzas to their home if they know their address. Just things to try and, you know, intimidate them. The thing is, though, a lot of these spheres try to claim they don't do that without the person who, you know, it's done to really deserving it, such as doing it themselves, such as getting involved with doxing. And their claim that Kraut was involved with doxing was literally just them trying to pre-justify their future attempts to dox him. Because following that, they would proceed to harass him and his family in real life using doxed information for, like, years. I had Kraut on stream to talk about it, and I feel you should probably watch that segment to hear in more detail from himself. Like what they did, but it was pretty fucked up stuff. It was pretty awful. These people genuinely want to protect their best interests, and when someone gets into their sphere of content creation, well-meaning, hoping to genuinely advocate for beliefs they hold, realizes that that is not the intent of this sphere and speaks out against it, they will destroy you. They will try to destroy you with every resource they have. But it didn't work on Kraut, and I couldn't be happier. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Is swatting even a thing in Japan? I think so. You guys like that one? Good Segi? Thank you, Apillo. Hell yeah, Cherry. Very good segment. Very good. Very good. Evan there, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I really appreciate it. Says you dodged a bullet by not going to Sweden. There are only 2 types of Swedes. Swedes that steal and Swedes that take things. Come to Norway instead. Okay, to be fair, I just want to go where I can see the Northern Lights, alright? I want to go to like a snowy fucking Nordic place where I can look up at night and see the Northern Lights, alright? I want to see some like God of War ass forests. Alright, I want to maybe fight, like, some Draugr. Alright, if I could find some Draugr to fight, that'd go pretty hard. Like, maybe a troll. You know, I'm not a Christian, so they couldn't smell my blood. So I could, like, sneak up on one with a UV flashlight. Bring home, like, a little troll statue. You know? That's where I want to go. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I appreciate, though, the donation, or the sub, sorry, even there. Thank you so much. How many months is that? I'm going to assume it's a 1-monther, but correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you so much for the presumably $20. That is quite a bit of money just on its own. Need to go further north then? Top of Norway has reliable northern lights? Okay. Like, I want to go to, like, the most Norway gets, or the most Nordic that you can go, and still, like, stay in a nice hotel that has reliable power, heat, and internet. I really want to see the Northern Lights. It's one of my dreams, okay? You can see them without leaving the country? No shot, a pillow. No fucking shot. Isn't it super rare? Oh, Alaska, I forgot. Yeah, that's true, actually. Wait, hold on. I could take an Alaska cruise, right? Like, I bet there's tons of Alaska cruises that come out of Seattle. Just go up towards Alaska, past Canada, and there you go. Plus, if I go to Alaska, I can take my gun. And I'll need it there. Trust me. There's some things that want to kill you in Alaska. If it's in the country, if it's to another state, I can bring my gun. I just have to check it into luggage or whatever. That's cool. I'm so excited for winter so I can shoot at the range in the snow. Dude. I'm so excited for winter so I can go to the outdoor ranges when it's snowing. I don't care how hard it is to load rounds, okay? I don't care. I don't care. Snow gun, yeah. To give you an idea of what a nightmare it's going to be to, like, shoot a gun at the range in the snow, let me show you how you have to load rounds into a magazine for my non-gun owning or non-having shot a gun people in chat. This is a loaded mag right here. I've got 9mm full metal jacket rounds in here, okay? These are just my range ammo, but I'm also using it as home defense ammo right now because I'm too lazy to go out and buy hollow points. Don't judge me. Anyway, oh wait, clip. This is a mag! A mag! Anyway, look at how you have to load a round into this. You have to, like, line it up and then take your thumb and push down really hard. I can't do it with my arms raised. I have to have the leverage of pushing down. It's pretty damn difficult, but that's where this little... I dropped it. That's where this little puppy comes in. This thing is a lifesaver. It goes down over your magazine, and you just push that fucker down. You just push that fucker down as hard as you can. Here, I gotta use leverage on something, so I'm gonna use my leg. You slide it in. There we go. See it? You slide it in, and once you've done... I waited too long, and I moved it too much. Anyway, I'm not getting that one back in. Here's another downside of 10-round magazines. They're more realistically a 7-round magazine. Because once you get past, like, the 5th round, you're really fighting. You're really fighting to get those things in there. Look at this. Look. Like, you just fired a bullet on stream. Kind of. It takes a lot, even when you got, like, multiple fingers to push once you get down. And this is 8 bullets. Or rounds, I should say, not bullets. This is 8 rounds in here. I didn't have the full 10 loaded. I couldn't get number 10 in here. I couldn't get number 10 in. Like, a 10-round magazine is realistically an 8-round magazine. Zan, you gotta finger it? I know. Are they stacking right? Yeah, no. Well, this magazine isn't double stacking, though, because it's only 10 rounds. It's just single stacked, but it looks double stacked because it's got to be the right, like, wideness to fit in the mag well. So even though it's, like, got the traditional wideness and look of a double stacked 15-round Glock magazine, it's just a single stacked 10-round row in here. But it has to keep those dimensions or it'll fall out of the gun and it'll wiggle around and it just won't fit, and yeah. This is actually a Glock 17 magazine. It just fits in the Glock 19, so. That's nice. Windows explode, feed cuts. I'm not even holding the gun! Anyway. Thank you even there, I appreciate it. Hemorrhoid King, thank you for the $5 donation. You're so kind, you're so based, you're so pog. Said, took too much schmedible, here is some shmoney. I hope you enjoy the weed and your crazy high. I wish I could sit back and have a relaxing high on stream, but that would just be boring and you guys wouldn't watch. Zan, if you remember the Keffels Discord message somebody in chat sent like 2 streams ago, this might be something you want to read. I don't want to get involved with the drama right now. If I'm gonna get involved with that, I want to do like a dedicated thing. Like I want to know what's going on. I don't trust you guys to properly inform me on everything that's happening. You guys know that I would have been like canceled into oblivion years ago if I just like let every audience member that tried to start like get me involved in drama like do that, right? Without looking into it. It would not be a good thing. Ugh. He's right, we're untrustworthy. I'm not saying that all of you are. I'm just saying generally, I have to be able to, like, especially if you want me to have, like, good takes on the issue, you want me to know everything about it, right? You want me to actually have time to, like, look into it. I think there's a lot of people that get triggered by Keffels. She's like 2019 Vosh. I don't think she's like 2019 Vosh. I think she's just, like, much like Vosh or any other content creator earlier on, not as aware of how best they need to conduct themselves online for their, like, branding and for their reputation as they do later on once they've, like, learned, you know, their lessons and, you know, they've learned from their mistakes and what have you. She has a video going over her transmed allegations as of a few days ago, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I heard about that, but I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I mean, I'll look into it all, okay? I will. I shall. I will talk about it, all right? I know you guys want me to. Reza Sutra, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Anthony F311. I really appreciate it. And not to mention, thank you to Anthony F311 for the very kind contribution of a helpful link earlier. Very based of you. Thank you for the support so far, guys. That puts us at $40 in the dono goal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, remember, guys, if you want to support me for completely free, you can do so just by dropping a like on the stream. It really does help a lot, and I mean it. It's completely free. Takes just a second, and it really does help. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, this is an interesting one. Finally, some good news to talk about here. How many of you guys are familiar with a guy named Jackson Hinkle? You see, the first time I ever heard about this guy, he was this, like, young 20-something, like, getting into politics, Democrat, like, I'm pretty sure he was, like, supposed to be, like, a supporter of, like, the Resistance Dems or something like that, and his whole thing was that he was, you know, just more liberal. And then he had a phase of being conservative and right-wing within, like, the same year, and then months later became a tanky. And then from there moved to being, like, a white nationalist, like, what's it called? Trump communists? Like, MAGA communists is what they call themselves now, I believe. So he just kind of bounces around the political spectrum with all sorts of different titles and names and affiliations. But nowadays he goes by like MAGA communist, and he desperately tries to come off as this like cool Zoomer, like cigar smoking Andrew Tate type tanky dude that's also a Trump supporter and a nationalist, an American nationalist. It's very, very, very bizarre. Yeah, he's very performative. He's like very much putting on a show. He's a massive grifter. But I've got some good news for you guys. 17 hours ago, from Jackson Hinkle. YouTube has permanently banned my channel, The Dive with Jackson Hinkle, with 300,000 subscribers for alleged Ukraine misinformation. Ah, yes, that's out of the realm of possibility for Jackson Hinkle. Please consider donating to my Give, Send, Go to support my reporting as I find my footing and look for new work. And then links a dono link. This gets 8.8 thousand likes, of course, and lots of support from on Twitter and whatnot, because these people live on the internet. YouTube responds saying, first, make sure to fill out an appeal form. Here's how to do that. You should get an email with the decision once your appeal has been reviewed, so keep an eye on your inbox. He replies, please reinstate my channel. I will do the appeal. He is yet to be reinstated. There's a good chance that, frankly, he will be, considering YouTube's track record of actually penalizing rule-breaking channels, then going back on it, but not doing the same for false strikes. It's really bizarre. But so far, he's raised $4,377 of the $5,000 he set for the goal of on his fundraiser. So his fans are coming out in droves to support him, dropping thousands to in just less than 24 hours, like 2 days, to keep him going, you know? Once again, I need to remind you all that even among grassroots support online, the right just has more money. They just do. Their audience just gives them a lot more money. They get a lot more sponsorships. They're more shameless about how they monetize. The money gives them power and more of a voice. And it's one of the big sort of legs up that they have over online left media. That's kind of been an ongoing issue. So he's already, like, reached his goal pretty much in less than 2 days. But he's definitely not getting reinstated. Now, I do want to throw us back for a minute, because while this story is funny, and I think it's cool, I want to throw us all back for a moment to possibly one of the funniest Jackson Hinkle tweets ever. Or I guess it would be not his tweet itself, but the interaction that happened with the tweet. Who else remembers this one? Jackson Hinkle tweets, lies my parents told me when I was little. Santa is real. The tooth fairy leaves money under your pillow. The United States military is fighting wars to defend our country. And then Daniel Hinkle, Jackson Hinkle's dad, replies, 1. I'm Santa. You never complained when you got the gifts. 2. Yes, we were such assholes sneaking you money under your pillow. 3. Never once did your mother or I tell you the military is fighting wars to defend our country. That's a bold-faced lie on your part. When your political propaganda narrative to support your alt-right propaganda grift gets called out by your own dad. Jesus Christ. Oh. Yeah, it's like the polar opposite of Vash's dad owning right-wingers on Twitter. I never got the Vosh dad follow back before my Twitter got nuked. It's Jover for me. God. You know, Jackson Hinkle and Haas Infrared were like best friends, but didn't they recently have a falling out? Maybe I have my lore like off right now, but didn't Jackson Hinkle and Haas have like a big falling out recently? They were like best boys, I remember. Dude, the craziest event that I've ever witnessed in my time as a political commentator has to be when Jackson Hinkle's best buddy, Haas, tried to fight Dylan at DebateCon in Texas. I was there in the room when that happened. Holy shit. Wait, holy shit, David Pakman covered the the match between like Dylan Burns and Haas that happened? Okay, that's crazy. I didn't know that happened. But I'm trying to find the video of the debate. Oh, come on. No. No, it's all people covering it. No. No. No, I've got to find the clip. No. YouTube, why do you suck so much now? How can I be any more specific on my search? There's literally no way. Finally! Oh my god, I had to scroll 2 pages. 2 pages of YouTube search results I had to click through in order to find what I was looking for. Oh my god, YouTube, your search algorithm with the AI is garbage. Please, revert it. I miss when I could search something on YouTube and the thing that I'm searching for with the exact title of what I typed in would actually come up instead of being the like 20th result down, because for some reason I guess YouTube thinks I already know about that video and I must not be searching for that specifically, and so it's hiding it. I don't know what it's doing, but I'm pretty sure it has something to do with learning AI being used for the YouTube algorithm, and it's awful. Anyway, let me see if I can find the clip here. I think this is it. This is Jackson Hinkle's buddy that they smoke cigars together and talk about how great MAGA communism is.
So, the thing is, I can care about one thing and one thing only here, and that's the consent of the governed. And as a
I was in the room for this, by the way, guys.
patriotic...
That's based on philosophy. You don't want to talk about Hobbes or Carl Schmitt, then don't talk about abstract philosophical principles like the consent of the government.
Just keep fucking going.
I contest your foundational political philosophy. You're trying to impose a stake. If you don't care, then don't fucking debate.
Well, then don't
Simple
talk to
as
me.
that.
If you don't want to talk to me, if you don't think it
If you want to run from the debate,
walk out the room, walk away.
you can walk
away.
out because I'm talking about what I want to talk about.
But it's my turn.
I don't care. I don't care.
It's my
I
turn
don't
to
care.
talk.
Dude, you better believe I had the biggest shit-eating grin on my face sitting in that room watching this go down. I was so ready to see Haas with like 4 ring-shaped marks on his forehead. Oh my god. I thought we were like seconds away from Dylan just breaking Haas's jaw at one point, and I was just it would have been amazing to see, but I wouldn't want Dylan to face the consequences for it. If he could have done it consequenceless, then that would have been amazing. Like, Dylan's decked out in rings on every finger right now. This is not a man you want to try to physically intimidate in a fight. Or into a fight.
I don't care. I don't care. Then walk out!
My God, you yell a lot for a guy who's dodging a boxing match.
I'm dodging the fucking boxing match.
Yes, you are.
Really? So you want me to dedicate 6 months of my time at the expense of my streaming career to train for fucking boxing?
Wait. You challenged Vosh and said since he didn't accept it,
No, I didn't.
Pussy.
Actually,
you did.
I
got the
did
vibe.
not. No.
You fucking coward.
Oh, really?
You
Look at this
coward.
fucking liar. This fucking liar
Oh,
going
yeah.
on record
You're a
saying I
coward.
challenged Vosh.
Yes, you did. You called him a pussy for not accepting it.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
I think this started as a debate on Taiwan.
First of all, someone came in my fucking chat and asked me. Someone came in my chat and asked me, would you fight Vosh for a prize money of $50,000 or $80,000? Fuck yeah, I would.
Then you challenge Bad Empanada.
That would cover all of the streaming,
Oh my god, the amount of money I would pay to watch Bad Empanada and Haas fight in real life. Oh my god, I would spend, oh my lord, the amount I would spend on a ticket to see that. Holy shit. That's the fight of the goddamn century that I want to see. The Kremlin Gremlin versus, like, that fucking neurotic psycho. Oh my god, it would be amazing.
of the fucking yearly cost. I could sacrifice my streaming career to fucking do that. So of course I'm gonna accept that. Furthermore, you're a fucking nobody, and Vosh has some clout. So there's something there to gain from that.
I'm bigger than you.
You're bigger than Vosh?
I'm bigger than you.
How long have you been in the scene? You
But
got
I'm
your
so bigger
shit.
than you. How can you call me nobody when I'm bigger than you?
You got all your fucking clout from the November election. I'm rapidly rising, average 600 views. I see your viewership when I'm live.
Does Infrared even, like, stream anymore? All these figures that blow up in, like, a month and then are nobody a year later, and nobody even knows who they are a year later. He got banned, yeah. They always talk like a big game about how they've got such a bright future because of how fast they're growing. But 99% of the time, if you blow up and your channel just, like, explodes out of nowhere in a very short period of time, you're likely to have no staying power. That's almost always the case. Look at Dream, who's now, like, basically a shadow of his former self, who exploded and blew up in a year, and 2 years later, he's, like, a fraction of who he was. Look at Ninja. Figures that just explode out of nowhere have so little staying power. So little staying power in the grand scheme of things. They very, very rarely are going to keep the same amount of prominence they blew up to. Generally, it's the YouTubers who take a really long time to grow over the course of, like, long periods that keep their audience longer. A good example of this is Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast has only started growing quickly in the very recent, very recently in the grand scheme of his channel. For a long time, like a decade, he uploaded and was under 1 million subs. And then it took him half a decade, which is still a good amount of time, to be clear, but he refined his craft and he grew his audience, and there are still OG Mr. Beast viewers that watch him to this day, and he's been the biggest YouTuber on YouTube for years and is showing no signs of slowing down. His growth wasn't just overnight, he came out of nowhere and blew up. He slowly, deliberately learned the platform and built his audience, an audience that stayed loyal to him enough that he was able to build it into what he is now. Flash in the pan content creators like this just don't end up anywhere in the in the long term. And it's always funny to look back at them talking a big game about how big they are. He's been around at least 8+ years. He's super old in YouTube terms. Who? Zan, do you think Mr. Beast has more staying power than even PewDiePie in the long term? Yes. Yeah, 100%. Guys, my mom asked me who Mr. Beast was because I mentioned him before as a YouTuber, and she started seeing Beast Burger come up on ordered delivery apps and started seeing Feastables by Mr. Beast in the candy aisle at grocery stores. Like, yeah, no, Mr. Beast has more staying power than PewDiePie.
You don't have more fucking views than me. I already fucking outpaced you, Dylan, and I've been here less time than you have.
What happened to the Infrared Showdown?
What happened to the showdown is that I came to LA
out of
for a
business
month.
in 1 month.
Oh yeah?
One
yeah.
month.
I went to
And
LA.
it collapsed.
I went to LA for a
1
month.
month.
I went to LA for a month and got COVID. That's
How can you
what
be so
fucking happened.
manly online and be such a coward?
How am I a coward?
You're a coward because you go out like you're a big, strong
I
man on the
am. You want to
internet.
fucking test me outside?
You really gonna threaten me right now?
You can't imagine the grin on my face, just the big shit-eating smile, ear to ear I had watching this go down. I was so ready to watch Dylan just murder this man with his hands. I was so fucking ready, dude. I was in the room. I was there to see it. I was ready to watch it happen. Oh yeah, no, Haas, I don't know if you've... Haas is shorter than Destiny. Okay? When I saw Haas in person, I actually couldn't believe... I didn't see Haas. When I saw the top of Haas's head from a distance in person, I couldn't believe that that was him, and I was seeing him in real life, and that's how big he was. That he's just like a little guy. Like, Destiny and Haas, like, did, like, the height measuring thing at that event. And Destiny's, like, 1.5 inches, 2 inches taller than Haas. He's a small guy. Dylan's quite a bit taller than Haas. Dylan would have just been able to, like, bang him on the head with like a sideways fist and knock him out.
I'm not. I'm saying you wanna ask if I'm a big man, or then go ahead and test me outside.
You really want to go outside and fight me right now?
You can test me. You're free to test my manhood.
Dude, don't.
You're free to test my.
I love the way that Dylan said it, not in like a I don't want to really you want to do this right now, but more in a are you sure you want to do that, buddy? Are you sure you want to go outside and fight me right now in the hotel parking lot? Are you really sure that's a fight you think you'd win and you'd make it out of well? That wasn't a I don't want to really you're asking that. That was a are you sure? Really? Are you sure? That's how I picked it up, and that's what it should be.
My manhood, Dylan.
You said.
Don't assume that a fucking boxing match with rules. Hey, don't assume a fucking boxing match with rules is gonna be the same as a street fighter.
You know what happened to all
Then
street fighters
test
when
me.
they touched
Then
the
test
MMA?
me.
They
Then
all
go ahead,
got
test me.
obliterated. They all went away. Okay. The problem is, Infrared. You asked me. Here was all the conditions. You said first it's Michigan, it's Detroit, it's gonna be at this gym, it's gonna be 10 rounds, and I meet every single one of the things you asked me for that boxing
No, it's
match.
not.
And then
You asked me. Hold on.
I know how to defend
I
myself.
have the DMs.
And now you're
I
a
have the
coward.
DMs.
Go get them.
I have the
I
fucking
challenge you
DMs.
after you challenge everyone else.
I have the DMs.
Get them.
Can we go back to the topic?
I have the DMs.
Can we go back to the topic?
We can go
Here's
back to the
Dylan.
topic.
So here's what happened. Actually, here's what happened. It was 3 a.m. my time in LA. This psychopath, coping loser, he's up at 6 a.m. all night. He's seething about me, thinking about me. What? I was banned on Twitch. I forgot who this fucking guy was. He DMs me. He goes, what a weirdo. He goes, look at this. I'm scrolling to it. He says, let's have a boxing match out of the blue. I'm with my boy Jackson on his roof smoking a cigar. I get this fucking...
Oh, hey, we got the Jackson Hinkle name drop. It comes all around. Of course he's like, I was sitting on my roof with Jackson Hinkle smoking a cigar. These guys are all pathetic grifters, desperate to put up like a very particular kind of branding character they play. At this point, it's pretty obvious that Infrared is a character, and he's a grifter just trying to like make money off of the very, very low IQ and impressionable tanky sphere online. That'll literally just listen and pay money to anybody who says a bunch of like tanky buzzwords incoherently and loudly for hours on end and talks about how awful America is. Yeah, he's basically like tanky Andrew Tate.
DM, let's have a boxing match. It'll be fun.
And then you
3 a.m. Then I said, okay, need 1 month minimum for training and promotion.
So you agree?
That's reasonable.
You agree?
You're right. But nobody told me you had experience.
Wait, so the problem is you...
Listen, hold on. If you don't recognize that boxing...
God, that was so fun to be in the room to witness, dude. I'm so glad I was there. I'm so glad I was there. That was like the highlight of that entire Texas trip.
Boxing is about experience. You're a fucking idiot. Boxing is all about experience.
That works.
It's not a street fight. It's not a fucking street fight. It's not something you just,
then.
It's not just something
Let's do MMA then.
MMA is not a street fight either.
So literally, you're just saying let's go into an alleyway and fight, which you know I can't do.
If you want, no, I'm saying if you want to test my manhood, that's on you.
Well, I just think you're a coward and you back.
Like, what Haas is doing here is demanding that Dylan fight him in a way that there's no way Dylan's gonna lose. It's like everybody and Haas and Dylan knows that Dylan would win very handily. Like, it'd be surprising, like, even without experience, like, alone. Like, just if they were both completely inexperienced, Dylan's literal height and size and weight advantage over Haas. Also, Dylan has long arms, too. I don't think Haas would be able to get a single swing out to land on Dylan anywhere other than maybe the stomach or the leg or, like, the chest. And all it would take would be one punch or two from Dylan to knock his ass out. And at that point, Dylan's committed a crime. You can't do mutual combat in the street. It's not legal. So all it takes is for him to agree to this, win, and now Dylan's committed a crime. And that's basically the thing that he's trying to bait him into. Either Dylan won't street fight him because he's a coward, but Dylan's not letting him take that route by saying, let's just box. Let's just do a proper boxing match or MMA. Why does it have to be a street fight? You know that's illegal. No one's falling for your, like, attempt to try to make me look like a coward for not wanting to go to prison for beating your ass in the street. Let's do a boxing match where we sign legal waivers and there's liability. It was really funny. It was really funny to witness.
Backed out of it because then you learn to know how to defend myself.
Why are you worth it to me?
Because you go around and you challenge all these people.
To
right?
what?
You challenge Bana Banana, for example. You
Yeah.
challenge him. You said you go to Argentina.
Yeah.
Then I say I'll go to your city, your gym, your community.
Yeah. Because I was willing to go there for him because I hate the guy that much. Yeah.
And you accept my boxing
So
match
it's
and then
worth
you
it to
back
me.
out.
So
You
somehow
backed
it's
out.
worth it to me.
You dodged it because you're a
So
coward.
let's continue.
You're not a real
Let's
man.
continue.
You just flex on the internet. That's
Go
all
ahead.
you
Go
do.
ahead. Go ahead.
God, I was so hoping for Dylan to just lay the smack down, but I'm glad he didn't. He would have gone to jail. Did you hear about how Haas agreed to street fight with a Twitter user, ghosted that fight, and then called the cops to arrest that guy who actually showed up? I'm friends with that Twitter user. You know that, right? Like, that Twitter user is literally one of my good friends, Ellen Degenerate. Yeah, basically, Ellen Degenerate trolled Haas, said, yeah, meet me at this park. We'll fight. Yeah, let's street fight. Haas went there, took several photos, and posted it on Twitter saying, where are you? And Ellen Degenerate just replied, lol. Yeah, that was a friend of mine who did that. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I forgot all about that. Thank you for reminding me. That's pretty good. Old but relevant. Okay. Oh, here it is. This is the hotel where the debate con was.
There we go.
Literally no difference.
Destiny's
We'll just
taller.
let the chat decide.
Destiny's very obviously taller.
What, like this?
Like, and not only that, Destiny slouches literally always. Like, when you meet, you don't realize it until you've seen him in person, but he slouches at all times, and so he'd be a little taller if he had a better posture, and he's still taller than Haas, who actually has better posture than Destiny. Like, look, Haas's posture's good. Destiny's, like, got permanent gamer neck.
Back to back?
Yeah. Okay.
Literally the same.
Nope.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yeah, I think you're good.
Nope, Destiny's very clearly taller.
Literally the same. Literally the same.
Yeah, the chat's saying Destiny's taller, and some people in chat that are trying to cope and say same height, and the rest are saying Destiny's taller, LMFAO.
Shoes were off, guys.
Okay.
This has got to be the most genuinely I've ever seen Destiny smile in my life. I don't think I've actually ever seen him smile this... He looks like a different person. Like, doesn't he look like a different person when he's smiling like this? Because usually he's got kind of... Destiny's got resting bitch face. I'm sorry, but he does. When he's sitting in a completely, like, neutral, like, state, he just looks miserable. He really does. He looks like his mom just said he can't have tendies tonight. And so when he smiles like this, it completely changes the face, like the shape of his face, and he looks like a different person. I don't know. I don't know. He doesn't smile much, so it looks weird. Yeah. Happy Destiny is the only good Destiny, true. That reminds me of all the memes on the subreddits about Vosh Destiny Forever or 5ever. I forget which number it is. That's coping and upset about the bridge burn between Vosh and Destiny still. He's a Vosh and Destiny shipper that's become like... He or she, we'll use they. That's become like a celebrity in both communities for how dedicated they are to the bit. I hope it's a bit, but it might not be a bit. It might be an unironic, extremely parasocial fan of both channels. They have, like, multiple accounts, too. Like, I think they have a Twitter, a Reddit, like, a fucking IMDb. I told them that friendship starts with just the tip, and they liked my reply. God. How did you... I'm sorry. How did you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. You guys like that segment? I bet your ass they wrote a whole Vosh X Destiny fanfic somewhere on the internet. Oh, that definitely exists. Good segment? Hell yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it, guys. Alright, guys, that's pretty much where I plan to end things today. You guys have been so kind today. I really do appreciate your generous support and your loving donations and likes and words of encouragement, and even just being here, even if you didn't say anything or interact with the stream, just being a lurker. It also means a lot to me. Thank you. But with all that said, I'm tired. That's pretty much it. I'm tired. So with all that said, good night. I love you all. Night-night. Have a good one. You're all beautiful and epic and awesome. I love you all. Good night and doo-doo fart.